HasanPiker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
HasanPiker.
dirtbag left,
HasanPiker.
pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
HasanPiker.
HasanPiker.
Hassan.
HasanPiker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
We won't condemn HasanPiker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce HasanPiker, who said
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response, HasanPiker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of HasanPiker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
HasanPiker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Melon Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you guys. I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get that out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm HasanPiker, and this is the Hasan I broadcast coming to you live from back in home turf, sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. That's right. It's August 24th, 2026. It's Monday, News Day, Monday Madness. You already know what's up. I'm back. I'm back at home turf. I flew in this morning from Portland, Oregon, and landed, came home, hugged and kissed Kaya, took a shower, and now we're here. Obviously, big media controversy moment. There's some wires that got crossed. We'll be talking about all of that and more. But yeah, waist looking snatched. Thank you. Thank you very much for saying that. All right. We'll get into that in a second. I've escaped the millennial gray prison. And I'll be talking about all the other stuff, but this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, we completed 3 of the Fear and podcast West Coast tour. We completed our 3rd leg in Portland, Oregon. Many of you were there. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was a great experience for us. What? The show last night was great, but you didn't have segment. It was little disappointing. What? You didn't have segment. It was little disappointing. What do you mean I didn't have a segment? I did have a segment. I normally don't have a segment. And last night was the only time where we had a segment. Yeah. up until the first two, everyone else had a thing, but you didn't. Were you just not watching? I'm confused. Were you not watching the show? Because I did. I didn't have a segment for the first two events, and I had one last night. I'm so confused. You're the top commenter.
Look at what
This
happened.
positive. Anyway. Your Finnish slang, extra dirty martini. Hell yeah. Great. Anyway, you backed it up for us in Seattle. Yeah, I did a segment. I don't know why you're saying that I didn't do one. That's very weird. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, we're live. We're alive. A lot to talk about. A lot to cover. Okay. Sage and butter yellow. You will impress. Fashion trend TikTok. Thank you. Love the Dwight Schrute yellow. I love this yellow. It's great. But yeah, it was, I mean, it was cumbersome. It was tiring. It takes a lot out of you to just do full performance, city after city. I think I now understand why a lot of people, when they found out, like a lot of people who have done these sorts of events, when they found out that we were doing 3 in 3 nights, they were like, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's a crazy thing to do. And I get it. I get why. Because it was a lot. It was a lot. So if I were to ever do another tour or something like that, which who knows if I will, it most likely will not have 3 nights in 3 different cities, even if the 3 different cities are close to one another, because that was crazy. But yeah. It was incredible. It was incredible to see you guys in person. It was incredible to perform live. I enjoyed it. I heard there were some losers harassing fans in Portland. Yeah, it's Portland, though. I feel like that's just a classic Portland experience, if that makes sense. Like, there were, of course, anytime there's anything going on in Portland, it seems a bunch of random fascists storm into town. They go to downtown Portland. They try to fight. Engage in the act of fisticuffs with a bunch of socialists and anarchists. But it was largely, it was largely tiny. It wasn't that big of a thing. Yeah, I was at the Portland show, and the Chud crew, they're harassing people, is well known by the police for constantly assaulting people, and the police doing nothing. A community member once defended themselves after being assaulted by them, and is themselves being charged for assault. Those Chuds attacked multiple people last night, and police did not do anything. They also admitted to being paid agitators. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking nuts. The Roach is saying you're getting paid by Israel, new cope. Wait, Israel's strongest warrior, Asman Roach, is saying I'm getting paid by Israel? That's cool. Your Haaretz interview. Oh, my Haaretz interview dropped. But with Eitan Nechin. Ready for the backlash. HasanPiker talks Hamas, anti-Zionism, and why Americans are fed up with Israel. In his first interview with Israeli media, left-wing streamer HasanPiker tells Haaretz that October 7 must be in the context of the Israeli occupation, that even liberal Zionists should be named and shamed, and explains why most Americans just don't like Israel anymore. Are you ready for the backlash you're going to receive? HasanPiker asked jokingly at the start of our video interview. Okay, that's an incredible paywalled article. I don't even know. It was a long... We did a very long conversation. We did that a lot. We did that a while ago. Hold on, I got to grab my coffee real quick. I'd take APAC money and use it to pay out people's medical debts. Okay, dude. Good idea. Outrage after HasanPiker sings song mocking Charlie Kirk. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm always gonna put a fucking strong face on, and I'm always gonna boulder through it. I'm always gonna fucking push through it no matter what. My policy is always to say the truth, no matter how much people punish you over it. It's always to have fun with it too, right? While we're covering such horrifying sights, horrifying realities. I will say this, though. I will say this. I mean, this past weekend has been a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. It's been a lot. I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. I'm not going to feel discouraged. I'm not going to stop saying the truth. I'm not going to stop speaking truth to power in general. Someone has to do it. Someone has to tank it. That's just largely my mentality on this stuff. But this past weekend has been insane. Like going from the entire Republican media ecosystem universally saying like, this guy loved that Charlie Kirk got assassinated, which I never said and never would, to then having to deal with Mike Rogers, and then also distance yourself from Cutie and things will get better in a lot of ways. Trust. That's an insane statement. Okay. Anyway, where was I? I mean, I think that chatter was trying to make a joke. But regardless. So what I was gonna say is, yeah, it's been one of the more insane weekends. One of the more insane weekends of my life, I would say. We have, like it has been such a psychotic weekend of a barrage of attacks that, like, the founder of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, tweeting at me from prison to organize a cage match. That is like not even in the top 13 most insane things that happened this weekend. You know what I mean? Like, she's in jail right now. She is currently in a cage. For those of you who don't know, the founder of Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes, is currently in prison. Okay? And I think this is her attempt at trying to lean in on the good graces, lean into the anti-Hasan stuff, to get on the good graces of the Republican administration to vie for a pardon. And that's like, that in and of itself is so insane to me. The idea that like a prominent criminal is currently I love that I'm talking about Elizabeth Holmes trying to actually seek out a pardon from the Trump administration, and her angle of attack is to say that she wants to fight me in an organized match. And there's still dumbasses in here who are like, hey man, a guy who refuses to take showers is talking big shit about you. Who cares, man? The fuck do you mean? Who cares? Like, we have more important things going on than fucking your favorite content creator as a European MAGA LARPer, okay? Anyway, so do you think Michelle Obama cursed everyone with her "they go low, we go high" quote that Democrats are expected to take the high road every time? I think that it is a curse for sure, but I don't think it was Michelle Obama's fault. I think that's just like the general liberal civility politics enjoyers, civility fetishists in the way that they operate. She tweeted at you, who? Yeah, this lady did, yeah.
What is wrong with modern medicine? people don't even know that they have a basic human right to be able to get access to information about themselves and their own bodies that can change their lives. Every person should have the ability to get that type of test, because if you
She's fucking terrifying, bro. Yo, someone said AI. Dog, this is from 2015. This is before generative AI became a thing, okay? But yeah, no, I think she's going to kill me. Anyway, this is yet another Laura Loomer style, Jigsaw style, psychotic person that wants to kill me. It is what it is. Get in line. Get in line. So, yeah, I mean, this weekend has been quite eventful and so insane that I'm not the only one that is victim to a cancellation campaign. They're now canceling you guys. They're canceling chat. HasanPiker fans boo Piker after he says America does not deserve 9/11. That's right. They're not just yelling at me. Remember when I said they're after you? I'm just in the way. Well, that's where we're at. Okay. Mark Ruffalo's getting similar treatment to you. I know. I feel terrible about that. But yeah, here it is.
America does not deserve 9/11. That's my new thing.
He's been rehabbing his image, which is why
America.
I can't believe that they're now like clip chimping a comedy podcast live performance. Like we're not allowed to make jokes, man. We're not allowed. It's crazy. Guys, I'm going to say this one more time.
legalize comedy.
Okay. That's it. We're legalizing comedy. We're making comedy legal again. I don't even know. I hate this shit so much. I think I'm just going to refuse to address things like this going forward. I'm going to, because who cares? I don't know. I don't know what else to do about it. I genuinely don't know, because it's just like a barrage of nonsense all the time. Just an unlimited sea of anger, lies, smears. None of these people give a shit. And I think ultimately the worst thing I could possibly do is just constantly address the billions of dollars of earned media smears that I have received so far. It's fucking insane. You love the attention. I want to kill myself. Okay? No, I don't. I don't love this attention. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you, insane? What are you talking about? It's insane that they're literally taking a clip where you're combating anti-Semitism and framing it as you're promoting it. That's just a disgusting inversion, and I cannot imagine how frustrating it is. I know. We're going to be talking about that in a little bit. Oh my God. It's crazy because on the right, you have like neo-Nazis that are sig heiling and talking about actually like doing harm to all Jewish people, all Muslim people. And then those guys are straight up actively involved with like the Mike Rogers campaign. And the media is coming after a dude explaining the dangers of rising anti-Semitism and then falsely claiming that dude, me, I'm actually the one fomenting violence against Jews. It's fucking insane. It's upside down world. I fucking hate it. I hate it so goddamn much. Okay? The official Mike Rogers campaign outreach team is full of neo-Nazis who participate in group chats that praise Hitler and call for Jews to be sent to North Korea. You won't hear about this because Mike Rogers supports Israel, so the media will lie about Hasan instead. That's what's so fucking nuts about it. it's making me go crazy. It's making me go crazy because it's like there's nothing Abdul El-Sayed can do in this situation at all, because all of the fucking attack ads are literally just like, he is an Islamist jihadist who wants to implement Sharia laws and make sure that every woman at gunpoint is covered in a burqa. And like, that's it. They're just flooding the market with ads like that. It's fucking insane. Anyway, we'll talk about all of that and more. Honestly, try bleaching your hair. Yeah, and then concessions to Fox News's framing as well is completely psychotic. And it's also Democrats that are doing it too. Like, it's Democrats that are linked up on this campaign. I don't want to talk about it in general because it's such a waste of time. But also at the same time, it's a multi-million dollar, very sophisticated smear campaign that has national, if not international considerations. Okay? And that's what the issue is, right? It sucks. Like, I am being used as a distraction successfully to move away from the actual issues that matter. And there are real people who are, on the Democratic Party side, for example, that are leaning into it. I never thought, look, I know that it's not easy, right? I know that, here's the thing. I know that it's not, it was never supposed to be easy. Obviously, power never concedes without demand, and we have to push. We are fighting against very powerful forces in this country. We're fighting against corporate influence. We're fighting against capitalism. And I know there are a lot of people who are to my left, or at least they present themselves as being to my left, who just like simply cannot contend with this reality, where they think like we are also doing a psyop or something. But yeah, this was never going to be easy. This is the amount of success that this movement has actually achieved in such a short period of time is part of the reason why I'm, eating it on a daily fucking basis. They're not going to, like, billionaires are not going to give up on their wealth. Powerful lobbyist interests are not going to just concede and say, oh, well, I guess we're unpopular. We might as well give up. Everybody fucking hates us, No, of course not. They're going to be constantly on the attack. They're going to attack. They're going to try to divide, and they're going to try to conquer. In any case, we will get into all of that and more. I mean, I guess I should just I should just blast off, because I didn't even blast off, and I just dove right into it. It's very frustrating, because like every single Zionist group in the country, every single pro-Israel group in the country is using this as an opportunity, including the Nexus. Like, this isn't the ADL anymore. This is the Nexus Project. Okay? The Nexus Project is supposed to be this like liberal Zionist, like, oh, we have to push back against like ridiculous, these are the guys who are supposed to say, like, you can criticize Israel without being anti-Semitic. Even those guys are doing it. It's like the knives are out. There's blood in the water. And it's incredibly frustrating. Because even people, like, it's a column A, column B situation where they're like, they'll turn around and they'll defend Mark Ruffalo, but then they'll be like, but this Hassan guy, he's bad. Do you see what I mean? As the conversation shifts, I think previous groups that normally would never Yeah, I'm me being Muslim also, I think, like, makes it easier for them, even though I'm not exactly a religious guy at all. Obviously, I don't really read as Muslim, but you know, that in and of itself, regardless of my white ass being as pasty as possible, is a unique opportunity for them to really tune this up, you know? Weigel defending you? Yeah. El Sayed not getting into specific about what Hasan said, which Ben Lorber gets into here. It is actually nutty. Like the level of insanity, the level of madness surrounding this shows me once again that there's definitely still a lot of motion in the tank. There's still a lot of energy in being able to launch a coordinated and fairly sophisticated smear campaign, especially when it's against not a politician necessarily, but a fucking Twitch streamer. You know what I mean? That's it. And yeah, J Street said the exact same thing that I've been saying nonstop, and so has Ezra Klein. It's just, it sucks. We cannot have a truthful conversation about this kind of stuff when the mainstream element here is to do everything they can to muddy the waters. Anyway, let's blast off. Let's get into it. Back in LA, Michigan Dem slander. Abdullah Sayed's statement. Today I'm going to have a exclusive with the IMEU policy project. By the way, I'm going to have someone on. They just conducted a poll in every swing state, and they conducted a 2028 presidential poll. Some of it got leaked already, but we were supposed to be exclusively releasing it, exclusively launching that poll. You saw some of it already last week, but we'll talk about the additional details, the crosstabs, and everything else. But we'll get into it and more. Dude, you got to do as many mainstream media outlets as possible. Dog, I don't think you understand, okay? There's a push and then there's a block, okay? On the one hand, there's the push to constantly belittle me, humiliate me, smear me, slander me, right? And not just me, but I'm like basically the representative of this movement at this point. And its impact is also multifaceted. So like, it's not just to say, oh, all pro-Palestine people are like this, but it's also to get other pro-Palestine people to also separate, right? To cause division amongst the ranks, to get to create an environment where there's a permission structure to shit on prominent anti-Zionists or prominent critics of Israel, right? Prominent critics of Israel get ritualistically humiliated, yelled at, and then it causes people to separate from them. They did this successfully with Ilhan Omar at the time. They did this with Linda Sarsour. She was the OG. That's why I've always, I will never, shy away from defending people like that. They did this with Rashida Tlaib as well for years and years, and they still do it. That's the whole point. The goal is to cause division in the ranks of the anti-Zionist movement. And then people will turn around and say, oh yeah, well, we'll let go of this guy. This guy's already been yelled at too much. We'll just discard this person because they've been yelled at too much and it's too difficult to defend them. That is how you do it. That is the anatomy of a smear campaign. That's how you create a successful smear campaign with the intention of dividing. And the same thing can extend to even Democrats broadly. Democrats at a time when they have to present a broad, unified front against the growing fascist movement in this country are falling by the wayside. There are plenty of instances where they will again, attack me, attack DSA, attack the left flank, attack the activist base of the party, and they'll do everything they can. Republicans will do everything they can to basically divide and conquer, to get people to constantly fucking argue with one another. There are definitely leftists yelling at you. Yeah. So that's the push. And then they're going to poll me again once this smear campaign is over. And then they're going to say, I'm toxic, right? They're going to say I'm toxic. It's no different than when the media releases polls that they've conducted where they're like, wow, you know, at the early aughts, at the early stages of Israel's genocide of Palestinians, they would routinely fucking release polls about how, like, the public doesn't think Israel's committing a genocide. That was flexing. They were flexing that they were capable of you know, manipulating the collective consciousness of the masses. Yeah. And it's frustrating because the way it starts is when people go, not to defend HasanPiker, but, and it's like, the fuck do you mean not to defend HasanPiker? Just be honest, be fucking truthful. Don't let this nonsensical bullshit get in the way. Okay? But the problem is, ironically, twofold. One of the arguments that I have been presenting routinely is the otherization and the invisible nature of anti-Zionist Jews, prominent anti-Zionist Jews in mainstream media. This is a huge issue. You guys know this already. Many of you are anti-Zionist Jews in this community. You've probably noticed that there are no prominent anti-Zionist Jews that are allowed on television. And this is part of the problem. This is part of the reason why. The reason why is to create this false notion, to create this false reality that you know, anyone and everyone that is anti-Zionist, if they're Jewish, they're just not real Jews all of a sudden. They're treated as though they're invisible. Be the bad guy. The left needs an extreme, as laughable as it is, in order to get other leftists to posture against. In my opinion, to hate targeting you is genuinely beneficial. You're fucking stupid, man. As long as the narrative keeps getting pushed farther left, we keep winning. Dog, the narrative doesn't get pushed farther left if everyone is left bashing. Are you fucking stupid? I mean, you are. This is what I mean. This is pure liberalism. This is pure liberalism. You've already eaten the fucking propaganda. It doesn't work that way, dumbass. That's not how this works. If that's how it worked, then they wouldn't be doing this. If that's how it worked, powerful groups, powerful interest groups wouldn't actively lobby folks, wouldn't actively give them talking points to do this. I feel bad for the sacrificial lamb. Like, this is not me getting upset because I'm getting yelled at because I'm getting purposely misunderstood. You know, I'm being deliberately and professionally misunderstood. You're acting like you're cooked. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not being cooked at all. What's frustrating is that there's still this. There's two different, I'm just venting, okay? First of all, I'm just fucking venting. Secondly, I'm thinking about the larger impact and the larger problems that this kind of stuff creates. Because ultimately, I'm mission focused here. My job is to get people to come to terms with the realities of Zionism, to come to terms with the reality of Israel's apartheid, to see the perspective of the victims, to understand and humanize the victims of Israel's apartheid, Israel's genocide. And we've seen a lot of success in this field. We've seen a lot of success in this front, even in the Western world. Okay? However, this kind of smear campaign is created to gum up the works. It dilutes the conversation. It moves people's attention away. You know, bro, you name called and slandered people for years, not like the uncommitted movement causing division. Like, this is what I mean. These are broad unified front. You mean like uncommitted, not like you do the same kind of name calling. Seems like you're upset. Brother, your entire life revolves around what you perceive as the number one threat to American democracy. It's me, okay? If your entire life revolves around this, where you're making fucking sock accounts and going on Twitch streams to like advance this cause, you need to tune out a little bit, okay? You need to tune out and live in the real world for like a couple weeks and then come back with a refreshed and newfound perspective, okay? Not HasanPiker daydreaming about being me, as if. Keep dreaming, pal. There's only one of us hurting the chance of a Democratic majority in November, and it ain't me. Yeah, this is... God, I fucking hate. I hate everything. I hate everything. It's tough. It's tough not to lose my shit in moments like this. I'm used to being in a contentious environment. I know that is what's going to happen no matter what. I don't care about your fucking mayor in the Houston area getting arrested for jerking off with his penis out in public and coming to a city council meeting tonight. Okay, I'm sorry. There's other shit going on right now. I'm not going to cover that story. Okay, sorry, Houston chatter. But yeah, the first story we're obviously going to talk about is the saga, the Hillary Skolton saga that started off with like DSA Watch and those accounts. They came out and they tried to do a smear campaign, right? And I guess to a certain degree, the smear campaign has been relatively effective in undermining Abdul al-Sayed's Michigan run, because anytime he's talking about me or having to address anything related to me is a moment where he's not talking about Donald Trump, is a moment where he's not addressing the many controversies of Mike Rogers, is a moment where he's not putting his best foot forward. Okay? And Abdul did the classic thing that he did, and we'll get to that in a second, with one issue on the comm side where he said my name and then also tied it back to Moss, which, is wrong, incorrect, and is a significant comms issue. And I think that won't force some of the pro-Israel side to back away. It's just going to make them double down. And then he's going to have to, for the next 48 hours, basically routinely relitigate how much I suck or whatever, and it's still not going to stop people from attacking him. What's the issue with Moss? I mean, my issue with Moss is that he's very, very pro-Israel, but what they're claiming I was saying is like I was, fomenting violence towards him or something. It's fucking bullshit. It's complete bullshit, right? Yeah, and of course these groups have immediately doubled down. Look, you see that? My statement on HasanPiker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. Anyway, well, let's start with the top. Let's start with the beginning, okay? Because the story's already made it to state media. El Sayed says HasanPiker does not speak for his campaign amid comments about Jewish candidate, okay? So a couple days ago, before I even went on tour, I'm talking about how The false conflation between Zionism and Judaism harms Jews, okay? This is very basic, elementary, anti-Zionism 101. It's such a fundamental concept that it's even a part of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is the association of Israel with all Jews in the United States of America. The idea that like Jews are single-mindedly invested in a monolithic way with whatever the fuck's going on in Israel. You guys have heard me talk about this a million times over. It's false. It's bullshit. And, I go through this long process, except Max Nordau, who himself is LARPing as a Jewish person, even though he's not. I believe his name is Brian Griffin. He's not Jewish, but he lies about being Jewish on the timeline. Clips, I think it was like DSA Watch or this guy, one of the like beeper in the bio accounts, right? His name is Brian Griffin. Yes, literally, like the Family Guy. Anyway, so the smear starts here, right? Abdul al-Sayed surrogate HasanPiker on American Jews. Someone's going to come around and take action. Now, you'll notice that this is a 51-second video, which is a little bit longer than the normal clips that they use, right? So the normal clips that they use usually are like 10 seconds long. So you might think, oh, well, this must be in context. But once you hear exactly what they clipped, you'll understand it's complete bullshit. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how. Yeah, I like that they even put the we're teaching people the wrong lesson in there. So like, if you're not the least charitable psychopath of all time, you very quickly understand that I'm, saying, constantly claiming that American Jews are monolithically invested singularly with the nation state of Israel is the dual loyalty trope, and people are teaching people the wrong lesson, okay? This is almost a verbatim statement that Ezra Klein made, okay? Almost the exact same statement. Where is it? Hold on. Let me find it really quickly. Before we get into more stuff. Where the fuck is it? God damn it. Yeah, Ezra Klein warned about this exact same thing. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people, eventually they will believe you. Okay? Ezra Klein wrote about this in an article in a New York Times op-ed a couple months ago when people were attacking me and calling me an anti-Semite. Okay? Guys, please don't try to offer idiotic suggestions about like putting a timer on screen, rendering the clip chimp ineffective immediately. None of that works. Some of my most prominent attacks on the YouTube sphere came from the time when I was criticizing Vladimir Putin's actions while also offering some criticism to NATO or criticism to Ukraine, regardless of the obvious obvious illegal nature of Russia's war and its inhumanity. And I used to literally have a ticker on top of my face, basically, that said, fucking Vladimir Putin sucks, this war is illegal, all this shit, and people still clipped it. People always find a way because this is motivated reasoning, okay? No one wants to actually have a nuanced conversation about any of these issues. They are reducing it to an unnuanced position, and they're not shy about bastardizing their opposition's perspective as well. So no amount of like tickers or no amount of banners is going to change that reality, okay? It's just not, because you have to understand, for a lot of these folks, they recognize that their position is untenable. They recognize that their position is getting unpopular. And for many of them, their perspective is, oh, it's unpopular because everybody hates Jewish people. It's anti-Semitism. All all criticisms of Israel it must be because of anti-Semitism, right? Like that's the operative that's the reasoning that many people base their reality around. And therefore, if there are people like myself who are prominent anti-Zionists who actively fight back against anti-Semitism, they have to make that work. They have to make their cognitive biases work. And the way to do that is by smearing, is by claiming, oh, well, this guy is an anti-Semite. This guy's a vicious anti-Semite. See? And that's precisely what happened here. Let's finish this. People don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. And you want to know why? Because, yeah, it's funny because there was an attempt to turn this into, like, you guys have heard me give this spiel a million times over. So obviously, from your perspective, you're like, what's the issue? Like, this is pretty basic stuff. This is pretty elementary anti-Zionism 101. The false conflation between Judaism and Zionism, the false conflation between Jews and Israel makes Jews less safe, right? And the clip itself is not necessarily bad, but they frame it as me saying it's a good thing that this is happening. Okay? The Jewish ISIS thing was new and pretty edgy, but it's not that far-fetched. No, I've said that as well. The reason why I bring up the Jewish ISIS the Jewish ISIS thing is literally to say, like, look, as an American Muslim, how did the propaganda around the global war on terror take root? Because the media constantly tied all mentions of Islam and all Muslims in the Western world to ISIS, to Al-Qaeda. It was a false conflation. Okay? So, I mean, this is literally for years and years and years what I've been saying, and it's the same thing that I delivered in my Oxford speech as well. Nobody's threatening anybody. HasanPiker is a reasonable man. He's concerned for you and understands sincerely. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. So every single time you have prominent Zionist Jews come out and be like, no, this is anti-Semitic. To oppose Israel is anti-Semitic. You're teaching people the trope of dual loyalty. That's what you're teaching people. Like, I want someone to sincerely watch even these clips that are not even like out of context. They're just negatively framed. Okay? I want someone to watch this and then tell me what anything I'm saying is fucking anti-Semitic. I need someone to explain this to me. Okay? After you teach them that, you can't turn around and say, oh, well, this is dual loyalty. This is anti-Semitic. Because at a certain point, people are not going to give a shit. And we're already past that point. Anyway, so this is like a shortened 7-minute version of it. But like even the clips are in context, right? Like the clips are not out of context. The clips are basically in context. They're just saying something that I'm not implying at all. If I explain, will I be banned? Is it really a false conflation though? Oh wait, this is one of my like mass stalkers, right? On the subreddit. I remember this name. Yes, I won't ban you. I would love to hear your explanation. It is a false conflation. Yes, of course it's a false conflation. Zionism is an ideology, and it's a relatively new ideology. Jewish culture and history spans across 2,000 fucking years. Zionism has been around for 100, and even now, it hasn't taken root. Yeah. Yeah. I know who you are. I know who you are, buddy. Yes, I know you're the number one smear merchant. Come on, go ahead. Talk about the other thing. Talk about the talk about why it's not a false conflation. Tell me about how all Jews care about is Israel, and then explain to me how that's not the anti-Semitic position, because it is, right? They don't even watch the clips anymore. They just read the headline and caption and run with it. I know. Why are you entertaining these schizos? Anyway, all right, fuck that guy. Let's just continue. So you guys are obviously very familiar with this. You're very familiar with my commentary on this. But it doesn't matter what my commentary on this, because there are a lot of people out there. There are a lot of people out there who are just not going to dive into it. They're not going to see the nuances, and they're not going to be as charitable, right? And that's the goal, because most people are busy. So they see the fucking headline and they move on. As an anti-Zionist Jewish person whose temple is reform and deeply Zionist, it's difficult to even approach trying to change their minds. No, I understand that. I understand that. I'm responding to an anti-Zionist Jewish person in the chat here who's talking about having these intra-community conversations, and how difficult it is to get that point across to older Jewish folk in the community, right? I mean, look, to the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you. Well, you have to go back to your communities and try to get, wait, what is this? Pussy, what happened? Are you going to explain why it's not a false conflation or not? I don't know why you think you have any additional time. I gave you an opportunity to address your position, but you're running away from it. You're calling me a pussy now. I'm not the pussy here, big dog. I think you are. You're just aching for a ban so that you can go back to your cyber stalking Discord server, filled to the brim with cultists of a sex pest, okay, and be like, oh, I got banned. Isn't that awesome? Look, if that, stop reading great names. All they do is clip you is true. Your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that is expressed over and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions, okay, is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is because look, it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. So they cut all of the beginning first 50 seconds of this. And they made it seem as though, I'm just like directly referencing Jews or something like that, like not talking to a Jewish anti-Zionist chatter of mine or anything like that. But even without the fucking context, it's very clear. It's very clear the point I'm making. But at this point, unfortunately, given the crisis that contains multitudes, the crisis in literacy, the crisis in short attention spans, the crisis in clickbait culture, the crisis in headline culture, people don't even give a shit. We have now moved away from the mentality. Is it literally not the same as locking up Japanese people in internment camps during World War II for the crimes of their country? That was bad. This thought process doesn't work for any other country. Exactly. That's what's so fucking frustrating about it, is that I'm saying Jews are not monolithic. Zionism is not Judaism. Okay. And this false conflation being regurgitated at a time when Israel's unpopularity has reached newest highs, okay, is very dangerous. It's very dangerous for the truth, and it's very dangerous for Jews in general. It's not a fucking controversial position at all. And it's one that prominent Jewish thinkers have explained over and over again for years before I was even fucking born, even during Israel's inception. So Ben Lorber has a take on this, senior research analyst. HasanPiker's statement about the relation between American Jewish support for Israel and anti-Semitism shouldn't be so controversial. Here's Hannah Arendt making the same point in her 1944 essay, Zionism Reconsidered. If a Jewish commonwealth is obtained in the near future, this is 4 years prior to the inception of Israel, okay? With or without partition, it will be due to the political influence of American Jews. But if the Jewish commonwealth is proclaimed against the will of the Arabs and without the support of the Mediterranean peoples, not only financial help, but political support will be necessary for a long time to come. And that may turn out to be very troublesome indeed for Jews in this country, the U.S., who, after all, have no power to direct the political destinies of the Near East. It may eventually be far more of a responsibility than today they imagine or tomorrow can make good. The Zionists, if they continue to ignore the Mediterranean people and watch out only for the big faraway powers, will appear only as their tools, the agents of foreign and hostile interests. Jews who know their own history should be aware that such a state of affairs will inevitably lead to a new wave of Jew hatred. The anti-Semitism of tomorrow will assert that Jews not only profiteered from the presence of foreign big powers in that region, but had actually plotted it and hence are guilty of the consequences. See also the last clause of the Balfour Declaration. Ben Lorber continues. From Zionism's beginnings, Jews, both pro and anti-Zionist, were acutely aware that yoking world Jewry behind the actions of a Jewish state could imperil the standing of Jews in countries where they actually live. The irony, of course, is that Zionism was conceived as an answer to anti-Semitism, and most Jewish supporters still see it that way. But when you yoke the fortunes of a small, hyper-visible global minority to the actions of a belligerent pariah state, it can cause dangerous blowback. Stating this simple fact doesn't let us blame the victim or excuse the perpetrator of vile anti-Semitic acts. But those of us who are Jewish owe it to ourselves and our children to start, and our children's children to start talking about it, and soon. Stifling the discussion only makes it worse. My one quibble with Arendt here, by the way, is that Israel was not established in 1948 due to the political influence of the American Jews. There were many other factors at play. American support was far more decisive in the early years, and the influence of American Jewish leaders was limited. Yeah. That's it. So nothing I have actually brought forward is new or unique, right? What is this? 85% of Jews believe in Zionism. That's at that point, that's not a conflation. Brother, what you are doing is not a defense of American Jews, okay? Because Zionism is an intentionally vague definition, and its reception by the American Jewry is also diverse. It's not a one-size-fits-all, and no group are monolithic. And the number that you are presenting is the exact same thing that Nick Fuentes presents for the reasons that I'm mentioning. Okay? I love that I said Jews are not a monolith, and you turned around and said, no, actually, in defense of Israel, I will tell you Jews are a monolith. This is dangerous thinking. Okay? This is the problem. People who think they're defending Israel by saying, well, all Jews care about Israel, are actually fomenting anti-Semitism. Israel makes Jews look bad and causes people to be anti-Semitic is just an obvious, self-evident position. It's funny how it's only Israelis who get the agency card thrown at them. Hasan is specifically saying that American Jews are getting attacked because of how those American Jews behave. He's not making an argument about Israel. I realize you don't even bother to understand context, but you should try harder than this. Could Hasan spoken in a way that couldn't be construed as tut-tutting? I'd say definitely. He can come across as patronizing. But would you not agree that American Jewish institutions and their close connections with Israel are going to cause violence against Jews, and that's bad? It's hard to read Hasan's statement as anything other than out of some form of concern for Jewry. That's the problem. That is exactly what this is. But let's call it out for what it is. I think there are a lot of people, due to Islamophobic sentiment, due to Islamophobia, that sincerely believe that anyone with the name Hasan could ever operate out of concern for Jews unless they're pro-Israel. Okay? That's it. That's it. I am no longer considered someone who cares about bigotry, okay, by a lot of institutions, by a lot of members of the media because of my anti-Zionist position, okay? And unlike some of my other counterparts, some of my other peers in the media who are Muslim themselves, I also directly tackle the issue of Zionism, okay? Zionism is an ideology. Many people don't reach that level because they are worried, especially Muslims don't reach that level. Muslim commentators don't often talk about Zionism as an ideology, and they simply keep to the dangerous conflations, and that's understandable for that very same reason. The problem is that the conflation question is the complete worldview split between Zionism and anti-Zionism. Yes, we are objectively correct on the issue, but the entire opposing group is based around the idea that Jews must support Israel. You can't rationalize with people when they can't even agree on the first step of the conversation. They'll immediately take offense before you even begun to discuss. Source, I've tried for years. Yes, I understand that, Megaphonics. I know. But what do I always say? Seek truth from facts and always say the truth. Right? Always say the truth. Around 75% of Jews globally feel a strong connection or support for Israel. Did you reflect to think that maybe you are advocating for a position they themselves don't support globally? Hasanabi, enlighten me. I'm a Palestinian, by the way. I know. I have had this conversation with Palestinian chatters and with numerous people. There are two problems with this, okay? There are two key issues with this, okay? Number one, the inability and the idea that like people are incapable of changing their perspectives. That's the number one issue, right? Most people assume that whatever position you have arrived at due to social conditioning is the position you will, die defending. That's not the case. The second problem is something that we've talked about already on numerous occasions. It's the notion, well, there's three problems actually. The second problem is the notion that Zionism is this unchangeable system of thinking, and that every single person identifies with the terminology or identifies with the ideology or identifies with the state in the exact same way. Okay? This is also not the case. I'm an American. I have many criticisms of America, but at the end of the day, I still love America. I live here. I want to make this better. I want to make this a better place. But if you were to ask people, many people, especially after the barrage of fucking smear campaigns that I have received, they would say, you hate America, you're a terrorist. People have different associations with countries, with their form of governance, okay? And that in and of itself is not an unchanging position, okay? There are varying degrees of support, and also there is people's capacity to change, okay? And last but not least, the false notion that a group of people or minority population are monolithic in their thinking. They're not. No one is, okay? No one is monolithic. Jews are not a monolith. Black people in the United States are not a monolith. The idea that a group of people are operating with a monolithic way, operating with this monolithic understanding of Israel is false. It's just not true. It's just not true. And if it was true, then Zionist groups would not spend hundreds of millions of dollars trying to create this false reality, okay, amongst Jews in the Western world. if that was the case, there wouldn't be such a tremendous generational breakdown amongst young American Jews that lean on the side of anti-Zionism as opposed to older American Jews, for example, who show much higher degrees of support to Israel. Do you understand? These are the three major problems with the way that Zionism gets discussed in American media and how that feeds into a growth of anti-Semitism in this country and all around the world. This is a reality that anti-Zionist Jews understand intimately. It's one that they oppose. It's one that they try to actively fight back against. And it's actually something that I was repeating over and over again, and I will continue to repeat. I don't do it, contrary to what people think, I don't do this because I'm paying the piper or something, right? I'm not saying these things about anti-Semitism or combating anti-Semitism because I want to be welcomed in mainstream news or anything like that. A lot of people, I think, assume that I'm doing this in a cynical manner. And ironically enough, there are plenty who think that I'm doing this in a cynical manner to actually feed back into the anti-Semitism that I am fomenting. You know, this is another handshake moment between the likes of prominent pro-Israel voices in mainstream news that are, you know, defending Israel while making this false conflation, and also prominent anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes. The idea of the idea that you know, you cannot be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic. Okay? It's frustrating. Of course, there's also this unbelievable double standard. Once we have, you know, gone through the same positions that I have relitigated a million times over, there's also the incredible double standard. But basically, so this happens, and then first it starts off on the right, on the Israel First right? Israel Firsters on the right, Mike Rogers, these people come out and start launching cynical, smear-based attacks in the direction of Abdul al-Sayed. Okay? Then you have the CEO of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, Amy Spitalnik. She also said there are multiple levels of cynical anti-Semitism embedded in Piker's recent comments, blaming Jews for the actions of the Israeli government, and then blaming Jews for the anti-Semitic violence that targets them under the guise of protesting Israel. All of it is dangerous and wrong. It's so weird that I'm not a fan of Piker, yet people are so disingenuous with their comments about him that I find myself defending him. He literally said, if you say anything Israel does represents American Jews, you are perpetuating an anti-Semitic trope that leads to violence. I'm glad that there are people who are recognizing this this heinous smear campaign. Okay? Nexus did something similar as well. They're doing this thing where they're basically repeating my position back to me and making it seem that I'm at odds with this position by framing it as though I'm in the opposite side of this argument. A Jewish person's stance on Israel or any issue isn't an invitation to violence. I don't think that that is the case. I don't believe that that is the case. To suggest otherwise sets up an excuse for inexcusable acts. People who attack Jews are making a choice to do so. Pinning the blame for violence on the victims or presenting violence as inevitable is unacceptable. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating when all of these groups are repeating my position back to me. That's my position. Okay? It isn't true that most American Jews tie their entire identities to Israel, and Piker should know that. But also, if he really believes the current political discourse making anti-Semitism worse, that should be a case for taking it more seriously. For him, it's an excuse not to take it seriously. This guy, again, doing the same shit. What's especially frustrating is that there's a core point here about how American Jewish organizations have prioritized protecting Israel over protecting American Jews, but making that point responsibly requires acknowledging that most American Jews don't feel that way, which Piker won't do. That wasn't just the core point, that was his entire point. In his actual VOD, he makes it very clear that most Jews don't prioritize Israel, this guy says. Let's see if there's a response to it. Most people only know what Hasan thinks when someone who hates him and wants everyone to know he's evil says, here's what Hasan thinks. Even the quote is like, look, I know these guys are usually full of shit, lol. That's my point. I don't want to believe that every single person here, is, you know, cynically advancing this position because they have to believe that everyone that is an anti-Zionist is anti-Semitic, right? I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that there are people out there who are getting duped by people who are cynical smear Hasbarists that are operating to dupe people like this, to make them feel like I am fomenting anti-Semitism. Okay? Matthew Carson says, it's quite prejudiced to think a government that doesn't even represent the majority of a particular people that exists in the world could somehow be the cause of hatred against them. You're just using that as an excuse for your anti-Semitism. Yes, it's obviously prejudice, but understanding that a country widely noted and talked about as the Jewish state committing massive numbers of war crimes and calling all opponents of such crimes anti-Semites will further inflame Jew hatred is not an endorsement of such a phenomenon, but a cool assessment of the average person's deduction skills. The Jewish country is saying it's anti-Jew to criticize Israel for killing babies is a much easier narrative to incalculate than Israel is a nation with its own national interest that, while being founded by Jews, does not inherently represent all Jewish public opinion, and that the connection between mainstream Jewish organizations and Israel is of a vestigial historical connection and not necessarily an active political one. The wide and vast interweb between mainstream Jewish organizations in America and the Israeli state is a widely discussed topic within American Jewry. It might sound impolite, and it kind of does, but Gentile speaking about this connection from a descriptive vantage point is not something far beyond the pale. And then this guy goes, so you would similarly excuse the same sort of thinking regarding Muslims and the crimes of Muslim states, right? And therein lies the problem, okay? Because when it comes to ISIS or when it comes to Al-Qaeda, or even when it comes to Iran, you will never find an overwhelming majority. There is no poll that says that, Muslims in America are by 75% in support of ISIS, and yet the media has presented it as reality. So everyone that's not Muslim thinks that all Muslims actually support ISIS. This is how you create a sophisticated smear campaign against an entire minority population. And this was the point that I was making, reflecting back on my own personal experiences coming to the United States of America at the age of 18 and basically living here for the past 17 years as a dude who's white, whose name is Hasan, and how that shapes my own personal experience. I was reflecting on that experience and then tying it back to how dangerous this conflation is for rising anti-Semitism rates in the United States of America. It's fucking insane. And it's interesting because that's the argument that Abdul presents all the time as well. And then there's the third leg of this conversation. Conflating the right-wing Israeli government with all Jews, anti-Semitic, assigning acts of terror of 9/11 as both make innocent people unsafe. Analyzing misplaced violence doesn't endorse it, but funding Israel does. Materially support genocide. He didn't analyze, he threatened, people keep saying. It's unbelievably disingenuous. It's incredibly frustrating, and it's already working. And every time the conversation is look, if you have a prominent Muslim anti-Zionist who has spent most of his political advocacy fighting against all forms of bigotry, including anti-Semitism, you spend an entire media cycle saying, I'm a Jew hater over and over again. You're leaning into that same conflation. For the average person, for the average fucking person, they don't think about these things. The average American doesn't lean into Israel critique from the perspective of anti-imperialism. The average person does not lean into critique of Israel from the perspective of anti-fascism like we do, okay? Like I do. They think about, oh, that's the Jewish state. Those are Jews. Jews are doing Jewish things. That's how anti-Semitism rises in this country, okay? And at a time when the otherization is already starting, I cannot understand how people, kind people, decent people who are not looking at this issue sincerely cannot recognize the dangers of leaning into this false conflation. Oh. Anti-Zionist Jews never get prominent media placement. They never do. And there's a reason for that. Okay? Jewish Voice for Peace, Breaking the Silence, B'Tselem, which, you know, Breaking the Silence isn't even anti-Zionist, but it doesn't matter. It's like there is a reason for why Jews who are anti-Zionist never get they never get talked about in mainstream news. They're never invited onto these outlets, and they're routinely turned invisible. This also plays a role in propagandizing this dangerous and false conflation. Americans have to hear from anti-Zionist Jews. Okay? What? I have a hair on my tummy? What are you saying? Oh. That's crazy. And then you have the other side of the story as well. Islam is not a religion. It's a supremacist ideology that openly calls for the killing of non-Muslims and the conquest of all non-Muslim civilizations. We need a Muslim ban in America. I stand by everything I said. Round them all up and deport them, preferably sooner rather than later. This is Laura Loomer. She's been on fucking Air Force One. She has a direct line of communication with the State Department. She's gotten the State Department to do things, to do her bidding. Laura Loomer was presented as like a sincere voice in Ukraine advocacy by the Associated Press only like a week ago. In any case, the last part of this story then revolves around Hillary Skolton. Hillary Skolton, who is allegedly, there's rumors in Michigan politics. Hillary Skolton is allegedly in a extramarital relationship and has committed adultery allegedly with a Republican, the prominent Republican in the state. She comes out and she ties it back to Jeremy Moss, who just took who just won the seat that that Haley Stevens vacated, right? Congresswoman Hillary Scholten releases this statement. Says, today, Congresswoman Hillary Scholten issued a following statement after Tushima HasanPiker said that American Jews who support Israel are inviting violence. In his stream, Piker directly discussed and targeted Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss, showing his picture while stating that eventually someone will come around and take action not against Israel, but against American Jews. Okay? It's fucking bullshit. HasanPiker's calls for violence against American Jews and directly naming a Michigan elected official and future congressional colleague Jeremy Moss are unacceptable. Full stop. Piker is a hack who thrives on hate, shock, and awe because he lacks substance. It's dangerous for everyone. We should all be calling out this disgusting rhetoric so it loses grip on our politics once and for all. It has no place in Michigan and no place in our country. It was bullshit, but it was a coordinated smear campaign. It's not an accident that it was initially, it was initialized on Jewish Insider. Again, the propaganda mouthpiece for AIPAC. Okay. Not dissimilar to Mallory McMorrow's exclusive interview initially. Okay. But the big problem is this wouldn't have been that big of an ordeal, I think, ultimately. But clearly, and I can't speak on this with any sort of like personal any sort of firsthand account or anything, but I reacted to it. I said, if I was an Israel First congresswoman with a possible cheating scandal with a Republican in the state, I wouldn't spend so much time vying for the spotlight by actively defaming a prominent anti-Zionist voice to harm the Dem Senate majority chances over a 90-10 issue. So then Abdul's team rather came out with a statement, and in the statement, the actual meat of the statement, he did the same thing that he's always done, which is, no one speaks for me. Why are we talking about, she responded again. Oh, Democratic Congresswoman Hillary Scholten amplifies HasanPiker, calling her an Israel First congresswoman with possible cheating scandal with a Republican and does not deny the claim. Yeah, she says, not HasanPiker daydreaming about being me, as if, keep dreaming, pal. There's only one of us hurting the chance of a Democratic majority in November, and it ain't me. So Abdul released a neutral statement. The only issue I have with the neutral statement is that it legitimizes. Well, I have a couple issues with it, right? He's trying to do the same thing that he's done over and over again, even though these attacks, they're not going to let up, which is my statements are my own. Hasan's statements are his own. Stop tying us to one another like this. It's ridiculous. It's a distraction, right? So that's what he said. In my opinion, I think it would be best not to say anything, right? It would be best not to say anything at all, but obviously there's probably a lot of people in Michigan politics that are, saying like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? This is ridiculous. You got to say something. The only issue I have with this is not this statement in and of itself, because it's exactly what he said over and over again, but it was this. Tying it back to HasanPiker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. Okay? This legitimizes the smear, unfortunately. And it also doesn't make anybody happy, right? There are going to be a lot of people who are already questioning Abdul al-Sayed's sincerity on these issues, that will then turn around and say, he's moderating his position on Israel, all this stuff. I don't think he is. Okay. I will say this. I am literally the person that is being dangled. And I'm going to tell you once again, he's not moderating on his perspective on Israel or anything like that. Okay. And the problem is, nobody's going to be happy with this. Anti-Zionists will not be happy with this because they will see this as a betrayal. They will see this as Abdul al-Sayed, taking advantage of the popularity of the pro-Palestinian cause, and then in the general turning around and betraying the pro-Palestinian cause. That's not the case. Okay, that's not the case. I don't think that is the case. But also, the overwhelming majority of people who fomented this crisis, this manufactured outrage, they did it for this reason. Because none of them are going to turn around and say, wow, Abdul, it seems that you have distanced yourself from HasanPiker. It seems you have disavowed his comments. We now believe that you are actually going to, we now think that you're not an Islamic style taqiyya merchant who is doing jihad. It doesn't matter. And here's proof. Dems for Mike Rogers immediately goes, another fake condemnation from Dr. Abdul al-Sayed. Notice he never actually condemns HasanPiker's calls to violence against Jeremy Moss. Abdul continues to avoid condemning HasanPiker's calls for violence against Jewish Americans. Is shameful. Abdul is too extreme for Michigan. So it's unfortunate that it's one of those situations where conceding to the oppositional framing in any way, shape, or form is, of course, going to cause them to double down and say, "Oh well, why did you even hang out with this guy to begin with?" As I've said, as I predicted ahead of time. Okay, and then they're also going to then turn around. Yeah, there are Krasenstein brothers everywhere for eyes to see. They're also going to turn around and say, "This is bullshit. This is not a good enough condemnation." And then they're going to demand further and further condemnations. Okay? But this is a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation that he's found himself in. AIPAC is gloating over the Abdul statement. Yep, see, here you go. He knows this as well. He, understandably, does not want to have a conversation about whatever new media concocted manufactured crisis is, manufactured outrage campaign is. He doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to talk about what he's going to do for Michigan, right? That's the goal. And the goal of those who are in opposition to Abdul's victory, his imminent victory in November, are going to do everything in their power to continue the conversation around this. Who better than Etan to interview HasanPiker? Get your popcorn. What is this? Yeah, I don't want any harm committed against random citizens, whether they be Jewish or Muslim. Left-wing streamer Hasan the Hun sits down with Haaretz's Eitan. So here's the problem, okay? You don't want to have this conversation over and over again, so you have to say something. But if you say something, they'll use it against you. If you say anything, they're going to say, fuck you. You knew this guy was bad news and you leaned into it anyway. And if he were to just simply say the truth and be like, this is manufactured outrage, you guys are being ridiculous, which is the case, right? This is a dude who is a committed anti-Zionist who fights against all forms of bigotry, myself included. We do the same thing. Then they're going to be like, well, what about this quote? What about that quote? And you can't expect someone who has a short period of time in a contentious media environment to know the context of every single thing that I say, and he can't constantly fucking be in a defensive posture. I described this to you from the start, which is why I said that his reaction to this was very good. His reaction to this has always been very good, which is, look, I deal with people that I don't fully agree with and don't fully subscribe to on a daily basis. This is politics. Politics is about addition, not subtraction, right? It's smart. It's the right way to deal with it and then deflect back to the issues because they are the ones who are engaging in the deflection. Okay? It's not even a deflection to be like, why are we talking about this? Let's talk about the cost of living crisis. Right? Okay, seriously though, there's a fear that you could get taken out, but what if it happens and they'll stage it to look like a suicide? They could clip you saying, I'm going to kill myself. Can you, for the record, publicly announce that you'll never do that? Yeah, copied this from another chatter. Yes, guys, I am not suicidal, okay? Are you fucking insane? I don't have any, like, workout equipment in my house. I don't have a gun in my house. I'm not suicidal. Stop being fucking weird. Piker is a bitch. Can you go longer than 10 seconds without lying? I mean, you've been in here for, I assume, 10 seconds. What have I lied about? That I'm not suicidal? Is that what you're saying? And if Jews... Anyway, let's continue with this clip while I go pee. Putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action. Not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. At the end of the day, American Jews do not prioritize Israel, but they do prioritize anti-Semitism. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of this propaganda that is facing the American Jewish side from a lot of these Jewish outlets, right, will tie the two all the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well, right? When the host asked Angie Nixon, like, oh, well, don't you think we shouldn't stop giving weapons to Israel at a time when anti-Semitism is exploding? Where's the connective tissue between these two events? American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. So every single time you have prominent Zionist Jews come out and be like, no, this is anti-Semitic. To oppose Israel is anti-Semitic. You're teaching people the trope of dual loyalty. That's what you're teaching people. After you teach them that, you can't turn around and say, oh, well, this is dual loyalty. This is anti-Semitic. Because at a certain point, people are not going to give a shit. And we're already past that point. It's that simple. I read this not as an actual retreat from anti-Semitism charges, but enhanced preparation for pressing on Islamophobia, given the plausible rise of voting publics less beholden to the power of every errant anti-Semitism charge, chipping away at the offices of anti-Semitism czars. That's precisely what's going on, yes. They're not going to give up on, claiming that people are anti-Semitic, of course. They're going to keep doing that because there's a lot of institutional value. There's a lot of... there are a lot of institutions that will still take action once the anti-Semitism allegation is brought up. But what they're doing is the Israeli Foreign Ministry has recognized at this point that there is no way to defend Israel. So they'll take the second best thing, which is to foment Islamophobia. Who's fighting against the hordes of Muslims, the dangerous Muslims that are destroying the Western world? The Jewish state is, of course. This is a battle between the Western forces and the scary Eastern hordes of Muslims who are barbaric. That's the way they... Yeah. Also, of course, whenever people actually come out and say, I don't see this as anti-Semitic at all, he's saying that if American Jews tie their identity to Israel and their actions, people are going to take their grievances with Israel's horrific actions out on American Jews, and he's saying it's a bad thing. The same way Muslims got blamed for 9/11, except they didn't even tie themselves to Al-Qaeda. And of course, immediately they go, you are Jewish in name only, and it's quite cynical how you weaponize the fact to take minority positions against a culture you don't understand and a community you don't belong to. Like, this is the actual anti-Semitism. This is the actual anti-Semitism. The notion that, like, the notion that there is a monolithic and organized Jewry that is singularly invested in Israel is anti-Semitism. It's anti-Semitic when Nick Fuentes says it, and it's anti-Semitic when Jake Tapper says it. Okay? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to say. other than I will continue saying the fucking truth. I will continue fighting for the values that I believe in. I hope that the truth will inevitably prevail. That's the only thing I can lean into. I've been doing this for a decade. Okay? And at the starting point, there wasn't a lot of attention, but there was also not a lot of hatred and animosity directed in me, in my direction, right? And over the years, I've continuously kept fighting for these values that I believe in, standing loudly and proudly against all forms of bigotry, combating it to the best of my ability, combating misinformation, disinformation to the best of my ability. If I were you, I'd stop campaigning with candidates. It's brought you so much trouble. None of these politicians deserve your platform, your time, your community's help. At this point, it's hard not to side with those ultras who are disillusioned with politicians. You should just stream from your desktop like the old days and leave the endorsements and campaigning behind. Saying that you're done with campaigns might get these scumbags off your back. Yeah, I'm not going to do that either. Because it's working. If it wasn't working, then they wouldn't be attacking me this much. Why the fuck would I ever concede? Why would I ever cave to the disingenuous framing? Why would I ever cave to the smear campaigns? You think I want AIPAC to get a W here? What are you, fucking nuts? It's not going to happen. If that was the attitude demonstrated by the broad anti-Zionist movement, the pro-Palestine movement in this country, then we wouldn't have seen this sea change. Okay? It is the steadfastness of the Palestinian people that we are motivated by, and we will continue doing what we're doing. Some people might even disagree with my methods. Some people might disagree with how I, carry myself, how I present myself. It must be exhausting to be Hassan the Hun. They turn to, don't you realize if you continue falsely associating Jews with support of an apartheid, then an anti-Semite will attack Jews into I'm an anti-Semite and I want someone to attack Jews because they all support apartheid. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. That's what's so frustrating about it. So yeah, the only thing I take issue with is within Abdul's framing, within his comms team's framing here. It lends credence to the notion that I was in any way, shape, or form attacking Jewish people, and that will be used against them permanently now. It sucks. But yeah, I'm not even worried about how that, how that reflects on me and how that gives credence and legitimacy to these heinous smears. You've been talking about media smears for weeks. Maybe we focus more on the news outside of you. I know it can feel hard not to be centered so heavily, but maybe sticking to the issues a little bit more strictly will help. You're right. The number one fucking news story of today, I should just avoid talking about. I know. It's me. I'm being so fucking self-centered. Yeah, well, according to archive.org, Fox News has had 224 broadcasts in the month of August mentioning my name, over 5 times as many broadcasts that have mentioned Trump's massively unpopular war with Iran. Only 44 broadcasts have mentioned Iran. Hasan is clear that the distraction for the right is chosen to distract away from Trump's historically low approval rating. And many Democrats are actually caving to this framing, and they're leaning into it. Okay?
Great reply, Mike. This does smell like the Dem Party forcing a statement. Yeah, this is DC consultant shit. I could smell it from a mile fucking away. I know I read it already, but like, this is the type of stuff the Democratic Party loves to do, which is like So the Republicans are doing some sort of bad faith smear. It has 2,000 likes on Twitter. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit about a 2,000 like tweet. Then Abdul makes a statement about a 2,000 like tweet. And now every single newsroom in the entire country can write a story about it. So congratulations, Abdul and Democrats. You have now fallen into this shit. You have fallen into this shit. Now they can make all these. Abdul El-Sayed refuses to renounce HasanPiker. So now the volume is going to go up. Again, as I said, it's not a fatal mistake, but it will become a fatal mistake if it keeps up. Because what will happen is if he keeps making nothing statements, people and people keep reporting on it, then people are going to make more tweets about HasanPiker, and he's going to have to make more nothing statements until eventually he will condemn HasanPiker, in which case he'll look super weak, and then it'll be like, why'd you take so long? And then
yeah, they'll say, why did you take so long? Why did you even campaign with him? Because remember, if you give in to the false framing here, addressing the bad faith Hassan smear campaign on the merits is tacitly lending credence to the manipulated or fabricated statements. It's not only a political miscalculation in that the Dem establishment and GOP will never give progressives credit for capitulation. Give an inch and they'll take a mile behind you while you're looking for a pat on the back. But it's also a fairly basic logical error to assume that rationalizing with a dishonest actor in any context will appease or disarm them. Stop giving air to these attacks. Simply allow the class of pundits and politicians who are hyper-focused on a Twitch streamer leading into a midterm election that is clearly about delivering economic relief and actually representative of government for American workers scream themselves in the circles like crazy people. Yeah. It's just not going to happen. It's never going to cause people to let up. And they immediately started doubling down. AIPAC doubled down. Democrats for Mike Rogers doubled down. Yeah. Yesterday, I saw a right-winger arguing with a lib. They disagreed on practically everything Hassan was brought up, and like a switch, they were both in agreement that Hassan is a crazy anti-Semitic terrorist. Brother is getting attacked from all sides. Yeah. The thing is, there are, I think, liberals who are vying for a position of power that want to become DNC consultants that are doing this. And then there are already pre-existing DNC consultants that are doing this. I think people in the real world don't necessarily give a shit about this, no matter how much it's covered in the news. At least that's not been my experience. It, once again, is designed to make you feel that way with the algorithms that we see on Twitter, with how crafted and how echo chambered the permissible the permissible messaging structure is on Fox News and CNN. But I think by and large, we've seen this over and over again. We saw this already in the last 3 years with the pro-Palestine movement. The media being out of step with the population is not new. So, you know, take the Bernie Sanders approach. Trump pardoned January 6th rioter Jake Lang is in Michigan targeting Abdul El-Sayed, burning Qurans and calling Muslims insidious parasites. Will Mike Rogers and the Republican leadership condemn Lang's bigotry and hatred, or will they continue to fan the flames of Islamophobia? Reddit seems to have tweaked the algorithm to hate you too. Yeah. Anyway. Stop trying to eat and reframing right-wing framing. It doesn't work. Yeah. You are under no obligation to concede on oppositional framing. These people are cynical monsters. They're not invested in arriving at the truth. They're trying to trap you into accepting their framework. So whenever you actually do this, whenever you actually lean into their framework, you've lost. It sucks. Madeline Somerville, I'm fucking furious about this. Honestly, my heart is racing. I was watching the stream when Hasan said this, and it's abundantly clear what he was saying. The more people continue to conflate criticism of Israel with criticism of Jewish people, the more dangerous it will become for Jewish people in America. And he's 100% correct. You want to know how? Because I was in the GA legislature when they added the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism to the law for prosecutions of hate crime. My former law professor, who was a rabbi, wrote the law. The primary example he gave us that why this was necessary was because he personally knew of a young man who wears a yarmulke at a local university who got jumped by some kids. Okay, but I disagree with the IHRA definition. No, a young man who wears a yarmulke in the local university who got jumped by some kids who said they wanted to punish him because he was a Zionist who supported Israel was doing in Gaza. The kids admitted they did not know their victim, nor did they know his position on Israel. They attacked an innocent person specifically because he was self-identified as Jewish. Take it from someone who deals with these issues. The last case I handled before I stopped practicing law was one for a kid who was getting threatened at his high school for being Jewish. It is precisely the conflation of being Jewish with being a Zionist that is encouraging this kind of violence to occur. I literally saw for myself. I cannot stand that that's what Hassan the Son said is being framed the way it is. Hassan, I'm going to try to talk about this as much as I can. Yeah. I'm fucking tired. It's also nasty that none of these like local reporters reached out to me for comment on this story as well, which, you know, obviously plays a formative role in the smear being effective. CNN isn't going to invite her on to defend you, I'm sure. Yeah. No, you get blackballed and blacklisted. Yeah, lawmakers condemn HasanPiker's remarks targeting American Jews. This is how it works, man. This is how it works. Now, every boomer who fucking reads the news is going to permanently assume that this is what took place. An argument against the conflation of Zionism and Judaism, the false conflation between Zionism and Judaism, turns into a line of attack for the one actually combating anti-Semitism. This is also partially why we need more people to just like come out and unconditionally reiterate the truth. Because if we don't prosecute this right now, we're not going to have any leverage in the future. Okay? The idea that you can cast someone like myself aside and another person will take my role, will take my place is silly. They're going to do the exact same thing. They're going to do the exact same thing. Let's say tomorrow I decide it's too much. Who would want to deal with this? Who would want to be yelled at every day? Who would want to be smeared every day with heinous lies? I'm done. Let's say tomorrow I say, I'm fucking done. I'm out. Okay? Someone else is obviously going to take my place because the masses and the resentment and the anger towards what Israel has done is not going to go away. Someone else is inevitably going to fill this role because at the end of the day, I'm just a megaphone. I'm just a platform. And here's the thing. When that happens, that person is going to be attacked all the same. This is how the smears happen against all the pro-Palestine people in the United Kingdom went. We've seen this coming for years. Time for everyone to rise up and reject this. Really pathetic. Abdul played into it. Horrible advice he got. I think he's stuck. He's stuck. He can't like directly tackle every out of context clip because then he's not talking about the issues. So I understand his predicament because every moment is yet another instance where they're like, why won't you condemn Hassan? Why won't you condemn Hassan? Do you just not want Jewish people to vote for you? And look, I wasn't involved in Angie Nixon's campaign. She condemns Israel's genocide. She still won. Okay? And then they try to piece her up and be like, oh, well, do you condemn HasanPiker? And she was like, I don't know HasanPiker. So now they move to the next thing. Now they're saying DSA, 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 DSA. It doesn't matter. There was always a thing. Okay? So we on the left broadly have to get better at dealing with this kind of contentious media environment because it's never going to go away. Do you understand? If it's not DSA, then they'll say, oh, well, what about your tweets from 2020? What about this? What about that? There's always going to be something. Charlotte Clymer, multiple things can be true. Dr. Al-Sayed would be a good senator. Any Democrat is vastly preferable to Mike Rogers. No Democrat should be campaigning with HasanPiker or defending him. The GOP will use Piker's insane, ridiculous views to attack, guaranteed. In my opinion, this is going to be the same thing as Republicans calling Dems communists no matter what. Angie Nixon didn't campaign with Piker, and they attacked her for it anyway. As long as Dems campaign on real issues, I say let Republicans waste breath talking about a streamer most people don't know. The media is in a frail position right now to think it won't go away is short-sighted. No, it won't go away. It won't go away if we breathe life back into it. This was the same argument that I gave to, this was the same position that I had with Kamala Harris. Every time there was a pro-Palestine protest, they would find someone who had like a placard that said, you know, they love Hamas or something. And then they would take that, they would highlight it, and then they would go to the Kamala Harris campaign and say, what do you have to say about this? This person is your number one fan. What did I always say? If you recall, if you were here in the 2024 election, I would say, look, you should never in a million years take ownership over this stuff at all. Okay? You should never take ownership over this stuff. Even if you disagree with it, just don't address it at all. Just say, look, there are a multitude of different opinions, but you have to look at the broad confines of the movement. You have to look at the broader movement. This was done with the Black Lives Matter protests as well. I'm not going to agree with every single thing that every single person is saying in a BLM protest. I'm not going to agree with every single thing that every single person says in a pro-Palestine protest. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Is there a genocide being conducted or not? And these people are standing against it. That's it. I'm not sure why we think it's truly gone away, though. It hasn't. The public opinion on Israel has changed, but the establishment politics are exactly the same. I agree. Neera is saying Republicans are attacking HasanPiker and his candidates. Don't campaign with him because he alienates swing voters. Don't blame the people who warned you. Blame yourself for not listening to the warnings. Yes, Neera Tandon is obviously fighting a totally separate battle. You are being attacked because you represent independent political power from outside the party gatekeepers. This is an existential threat to the centrists. They can only win if there's no debate. I know, which is why I'm not going to stop doing what I'm doing, Chad. It sucks. It weighs on me. But it doesn't matter. I am with you. He's repellent. God. It's so funny that this person who is a very clear opportunist, who is just trying to defend her position of prominence in the party, is capable of duping at least some kind-hearted liberal people into believing that she's on their side. She's not. Look. My last quote on this before moving on is going to be a quote from Malcolm X. If you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing. Okay? That's it. If you're not careful, If you're not paying close attention to what's going on, and many people can't, they will make you think I am your enemy. And those who have designed society for your struggle to be endless will come across as your savior, as your salvation. They're giving you, they're telling you who you should avoid. It's also important that everyone who hates the establishment rally behind you and give this absolutely zero life. This is total bullshit and everyone knows it. I'll have your back. I mean, that's tough. That's tough. You should clarify who you mean by the oppressed in that quote. I'm assuming you mean Palestinian people, not you personally. Yes, of course I'm talking about the Palestinians. I'm talking about black people in the country. I'm talking about brown people in the country. Yes, not me. I am a megaphone for the voiceless. Okay? That's my position. I'm a platform, a voice for those who are often overlooked. And now that their voices are becoming more prominent, becoming more undeniable, becoming more unavoidable, they're losing their fucking minds because they're losing the conversation. In the past, mainstream outlets, corporate media, they could gatekeep, right? They could gatekeep. They could keep this shit airtight. By the way, Hakeem Jeffries also released a statement recently. The malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves is dangerous and anti-Semitic. There is zero justification for threats against the safety of our Jewish brothers and sisters at a moment of rising hate. We will fight the cancer of anti-Semitism with the fierce urgency of now. It's a subtweet. At least he didn't say HasanPiker said this and instead subtweeted. But this is how a smear campaign works. Yeah, Nikki had a good take as well. The way establishment Dems are trying to clobber Hasan is actually a Republican wet dream. They've robbed the GOP of one of their greatest fantasies and are harming no one but their own candidates. Yep. We have to double down on our efforts, dude. That's it. Do not let this smear campaign distract you from our goals. They wouldn't be doing this if we weren't making an impact. For the last 10 years, I said the exact same shit that I'm saying right now. Okay? For the last 10 years. So why is it happening now? Because we are having an impact. Because people's minds are changing on this issue. Okay? That's it. That's it. They want us to be distracted. They want us to be fighting amongst ourselves. Don't fall for it. And here, there's a shining light here as well. I'm hardly a Hasan head. Watched a few of his interviews with Mahmoud Khalil. Never vibe with the personality. The reason I defend him now is because he's one of a long series of dominoes needed to fall before fascists can permanently crush your existing rights and freedoms. These remarks comprise the most pro-Jewish analysis you'll find anywhere today, including from Jewish organizational leadership. So, of course, a serial liar like The Atlantic has to call him Hitlerian. Yeah. I don't know. I will let my resentment and my anger continue to be a motivator towards some of these reactionary forces. This reminds me of Zoran backing off on the Intifada. My relatives still say he's pro-Intifada. I know. It was a mistake when Zoran did that. It was a major mistake. I feel bad. Democrats have spent months smearing Hassan without a context cliff, spending vast sums of money to make him toxic, and now lament that he may be a liability. I want Abdul to win desperately, but the most predictable thing in the world was that Piker would inevitably become a serious liability in the general election. If you care about Abdul's campaign succeeding, you should want him to distance himself from Piker clearly and directly. What caused Abdul to win in the primaries was to show that he was a fighter, to show that he is a fighter, and that he believes in the things that he believes in and doesn't compromise on oppositional framing and lies. I hope he can continue doing that. And I think he will. But it's not a secret that the sharks smell the blood in the water and they are pouncing. They're pouncing. And of course, for many of them, I am a priority target, someone who needs to be destroyed, someone who needs to simply go away, right? And for many others who are, sharks can't pounce. Okay, whatever. Sharks, they're engaging in a feeding frenzy, whatever. But for many others who are on the margins, on the sidelines, they see this and they go, why would you ever fucking defend a Twitch streamer? Who gives a fuck? He is replaceable. Not realizing that when you actually drop that, cause, you're signaling to, you're signaling to others that there is there's a weak spot. There's an opportunity to consistently needle.
You watch Fox News these days, it is somebody from the DSA saying something dumb. It's HasanPiker, then it's a trans athlete, and then back and forth. Like, those are kind of the three topics, right? Like DSA craziness, HasanPiker, trans sports. That's it. That's like kind of the universe. We're going to have to figure out how to have a big movement, but in which everyone understands that their words will be used to tar each other,
Yeah, I mean, I have like two immediate thoughts, which is, number one, I say this to people behind the scenes and sometimes publicly. It's that, if somebody's like DSA adjacent versus somebody's a moderate, for the most part, those people are all good people. Like, they're not trying to destroy the Democratic Party or infiltrate it or make us all lose or whatever. They're just people who want what's best for their neighbors, their family, their friends, and they just disagree about how to get there. So I think it's important to have like a humanity aspect of that debate, especially when we're debating on the Democratic side. But also, the debate is just so stupid. Like, you're right. Like, HasanPiker's on Fox News 24/7. He's become like a national figure more so than he was already. And he's like the center of the debate. And it's Fox News playing these clips of him or clips of candidates saying something and taking it out of context. And the debate's not in good faith whatsoever. It just feels stupid to me. And that's like, I really stay out of it. I'm like, whoever the Democratic candidate is, I endorse. That's what I go with.
It's funny because, like, low key,
the Democratic,
that is what liberals should be doing. 100%. I mean, straight up, that is what liberals should be doing unconditionally, to fucking stay the line, to stay the course, to, in some respects, fall in line as well, even if they don't like a candidate particularly. Because, like, do you want to fucking defeat the Republicans or not? You know what I mean? Leaning into oppositional framing, leaning into Republican smear campaigns is effectively neutering one element of the movement. That's how Republicans win. Anyway. Senate Republicans posting this clip as well.
HasanPiker condemning American Jews who support Israel, suggesting they are putting themselves in danger.
People don't with Israel any longer, and if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
HasanPiker.
They're like, and he thinks this is good. Genuinely, if the Democrats can't get their rabid Zionist lapdog Israel worshippers in check, Tucker Carlson will be president come January 2029. 100%. 100%. The IMEU poll was removed. What? No. We're going to be announcing the IMEU poll later today. It's a huge poll. Jacob Kornblue posted it. HasanPiker will today announce new polling of Democratic primary voters live on a stream for the first time. In a first of its kind collaboration, YouGov and IMEU policy project polling of Democratic voters in 6 states to vote in 2028 will be announced on HasanPiker's stream. Political commentator and streamer HasanPiker will today announce new polling of Democratic primary voters live on a stream for the first time. The Democratic National Committee formally adopted a new calendar of August 14th that would see South Carolina, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Michigan, and Virginia Democratic voters cast the first ballots in the 2028 presidential primary. New YouGov IMEU policy project polling of likely Democratic voters in these states will be released on Piker Stream, showing these voters overwhelmingly say that Israel is committing a genocide against Palestinians. The U.S. should impose sanctions on Israel. Yes, Hamid Bendas is going to be debuting some settled down juice that Neera Tanden, Hillary Scholten, and Josh Gottheimer can take a big swig from. By the way, this is why it's so fucking frustrating. This is why it's so unbelievably frustrating to see top Democrats consistently position themselves against their own voters, against the broader American electorate. Because I don't want Republicans to win. Okay? I don't want Republicans to fucking win. And they're gonna win if we fuck this up. Not only do I find it to be obviously immoral to offer Israel support, especially when the overwhelming majority of Americans now see that it's a genocide, that recognize it as such. But Republicans are cynical actors. They know that their policies are odious, dangerous, violent, divisive, and that's why they do everything they can to win. And a part of that tactic is to divide and conquer. A part of that is to divide the Democratic Party's base of support, or broadly the anti-Trump, the anti-Republican forces in the country, by getting us to fight against one another. And Israel First Democrats don't give a shit and lean into it every time. Worth keeping in mind how this started. A pro-Israel Democrat publicly refused to support El Sayed, i.e. let the Republican win. You don't want people talking about that, so centrist Dems have smartly turned it into another Piker news cycle that conveniently also hurts Abdul El Sayed. Yeah. The Democrats for Mike Rogers initiative was launched, and it was already failing. So they turned around and said, oh, actually, Hasan wants to fucking, like, they smeared me. They just said, oh, Hasan wants harm. Hasan wants American Jews to be harmed, in an argument where I'm making the exact opposite argument. But that's all it takes. It's all it takes. Abdullah said, y'all need to stop putting, y'all need to also put Mike Rogers on blast for hiring people who defend Hitler group chats and work for his campaign. You cannot allow shit like this to slide when his supporters are trying to manufacture out anti-Semitism to smear votes. A guy who led an anti-Muslim protest in Dearborn recently is part of Mike Rogers' campaign. Y'all should press him on that as well. The official Mike Rogers campaign outreach team is full of neo-Nazis who participate in group chats that praise Hitler and call for Jews to be sent to North Korea. You won't hear about this because Mike Rogers supports Israel, so the media will lie about Hassan instead. Referring to black people as monkeys. Participants in the chat declaring their love for Adolf Hitler. Mused about putting opponents in gas chambers and called rape epic. Member of Mike Rogers' student outreach team. How much has the media talked about that? Dems have spent a full decade claiming that Trump is a fascist, white supremacist, Hitler-like evil, and an unprecedented threat to U.S. democracy, so much so that they had to embrace and unite with the GOP warmongers and neocons they used to condemn in similar terms just a decade ago. Yet now, with 2 months before an election, they seem to be reserving their greatest venom and the bulk of their energy attacking HasanPiker, who isn't on the ballot, while Trump's main allies and enablers are. And it's hard not to notice that those leading the charge are the ones most loyal to Israel, while Hassan's most consequential impact has been to help many Democratic challengers who are highly critical of the U.S.-Israel relationship oust AIPAC-funded Israel First loyalists. This all seems to be very telling about the real priorities of these Dem office holders and the vast difference between those real priorities and the ones they deceitfully tell their voters they most care about. If you care about unseating Donald Trump and Trump loyalists, you wouldn't be attacking someone who is trying to get young people out to fucking vote for candidates. Someone who is simply trying to make the party's ideological makeup more responsive to the needs of the base. Anyway, I'm moving on from the Hassan cycle. I can't deal with it anymore. Let's get to the U.S. sanctions on Iran. Show military action has failed. This is the nuclear motherlode of all sanctions. Scott Bessent is presenting it as such. They're calling it the economic D-Day. He said a whole bunch of nothing. I know. Of course he said a whole bunch of nothing because he has nothing. Because we have nothing. That's just the reality. We have nothing.
Besson, the US Treasury Secretary, is speaking about tackling Iran via financial sanctions.
Against Iran's financial connections around the globe. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. Iran's fanatics devote themselves to death to America and seek nuclear weapons to do just that. They have murdered and maimed more of our citizens and service members than any other terrorist regime on earth. And they have been at war against America, their neighbors in the Gulf, and much of the world for 47 years. President Trump has taken action that his predecessors have long deferred. And under his leadership, America is no longer managing the Iranian threat. We are ending it. Our great armed forces have laid the groundwork for achieving the president's objective of preventing Iran from ever obtaining nuclear weapons. They've shown America's resolve to finally end this threat. And the strength of America's economy under President Trump allows us to wage this sustained financial operation alongside the might of our military. Iran now faces a very clear choice with only two paths before them: complete global isolation and a subsistence economy, or a path back to normalcy with an opportunity to rejoin the global economy. Today, we are launching Operation Economic Outcast to foreclose every other option available to the Iranian regime. Treasury has mapped every node, every facilitator, and every network that Iran has used to smuggle oil and evade sanctions. Beginning today, the actions of Treasury and other agencies will tighten the noose and block every potential source of revenue that funds the IRGC and the evil Iranian regime. We are enforcing a zero leakage approach. There will be no minimal breathing space for the regime to rebuild its capacity to inflict terror against America and the world. The final refuge of this regime is the mistaken conclusion of nations that still finance the Iranian threat in the hopes of evading it. It is no longer acceptable to operate in the gray spaces of this conflict. Countries cannot claim they are blind to enabling this activity. Iran's enablers purchase, transport its petroleum. They facilitate the flow of its finances through exchange houses and free trade zones. They welcome Iran's flights and maintain registries on its behalf. They turn a blind eye to seaborne fuel transfers and overland transits. They condone illicit use of their banks, all the while concealing the extent of their complicity. The president is making phone calls to world leaders with specific requests to cease their interactions with the regime. We are already seeing results. Over the weekend, comments from Iranian leadership clearly acknowledged the effect of this campaign, and nations that facilitate any interactions with the regime should quickly heed our message. Those who stand with the United States will reap the rewards of our partnership. Those who tether themselves to the Iranian regime should expect to share in the isolation of a withering regime. Teams from Treasury, State, and the U.S. military are now meeting with their global counterparts to tell them that the United States expects action. Every country has a defined timeline to shut down activities we have identified. If they do not take action, we will do so unilaterally through Treasury authorities. For example, every branch of Bank Melay must be shuttered and dark. And let me be clear, any entity that facilitates money laundering on behalf of Iran will be removed from the U.S. dollar system. The clock just started ticking. The new sectoral sanctions determinations issued.
Yeah, I mean, this, again, you have to. A media advisory was sent about your. Yeah, no, I know. I covered it already. The sanctions have to be full spectrum. You have to hit China and Russia. I covered this last week when they signaled that they were going to do the economic D-Day and mentioned that this would most likely not happen for two reasons. One, because you can't really sanction China without crippling your own economy, right? We know this already because Donald Trump tried it with the tariffs. The Liberty Day, the Liberation Day tariffs campaign failed. Part of that was hitting China with the maximalist tariffs and then backing away from it quietly after months and months of instability. Okay? Now, even in this reveal, you'll hear Bessent say something along the lines of secondary sanctions are coming. We're promising that secondary sanctions are coming. But then he also says, I hope I don't have to do it. Okay? He says, why would I want to blow up the global financial system? So they also recognize that it's not going to happen. So it's mostly just taking a threatening posture against a country that already has received these sorts of threats and has not backed away from them.
Today, target.
I think it's a foolhardy endeavor, and I don't even know who the target audience is for this. I don't think it's Xi Jinping.
5 of Iran's most vital lifelines that it exploits in other countries: digital assets, technology, gold, aviation, and shipping. These measures broaden secondary sanctions risk for anyone foolish enough to continue conducting business with this regime, and will accelerate the speed with which we pursue them. As I speak, Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control is also sanctioning over 60 entities, individuals, and vessels around the world that enable the Iranian regime to procure illicit nuclear and missile technology, conduct cyber operations, and generate oil revenue. This is a sustained campaign to collapse every last option for Iran. Let there be no ambiguity as to the position of the United States. An economic engagement of any kind with this murderous regime will expose those responsible to the full reach of American power. For decades, this regime...
This is what they did basically with Cuba, yes. But you can't do it with Iran, because Iran is an energy provider. And not only is Iran an energy provider, Iran controls a global choke point for 20% of the global energy supply. Cuba doesn't. We can do this to weaker countries that we've weakened over multiple decades. But we can't do this to a country that is currently militarily controlling the Strait of Hormuz. That's it. It is in China's best interest to end the chaos in the Gulf. It's in China's best interest, considering that they get their oil and gas needs. They have their oil and gas needs met by the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, as well as Iran. But ultimately, they can't do this to China. Secondary sanctions would be to hit Iran's biggest trading partners: Pakistan, Azerbaijan, Turkey to a certain degree, China, and Russia. Russia has already been hit with the mother of all sanctions, so I don't know how much more space there is there for Russian sanctions. And you can't do this to China because China is the global manufacturing hub of the entire planet, and also on top of that has additional leverage now because it's been engaging in price stability by artificially cutting down its imports of oil in an effort to make sure that the rest of the Asian continent, the rest of the Asia-Pacific region is not experiencing tremendous shortages and collapsing their energy grid. That's it. I don't foresee China dropping Iran for no reason here, especially at a time when Iran behaving in an erratic manner would worsen the crisis overall. And China's response has been pretty unbowed. They've said, we will not abide by these sanctions. America tried testing this against China already because China was still purchasing Iranian oil throughout the conflict. And the American side came out and said, we are going to apply sanctions to Chinese companies and Chinese banks that are processing these oil. They're processing these oil shipments. And China said, no, you're not. Today, the U.S. announced Operation Economic Outcast, a new comprehensive economic pressure campaign against Iran and sanctioned 60 entities. 3 months ago, which is what I was talking about, the U.S. announced Operation Economic Fury, a new, more comprehensive economic pressure campaign against Iran and sanctioned 50 entities. So they already did this 3 months ago, and it went nowhere, and they're doing it again. I don't even know why they're doing it at this point. The same Besant who deluded himself into thinking back in April 2025 that all countries would join the U.S. in a grand economic encirclement of China, only to fold a few weeks later because no one joined. Now he's recycling the same script against Iran, and it's even more diluted because it requires the cooperation of China, the very country he tried and failed to isolate last year, and China is obviously refusing. So yeah, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Why should anybody, at a time when America's global standing is in tatters, at a time when America's hegemonic superpower position is being threatened by its own missteps, by the way, by no one else. I guess maybe you could say Iran retaliated and won, and that obviously played a major role in destroying American force projection capabilities, destroying the confidence that people have in America as the world stabilizer, as the hegemonic superpower. Having said all of that, it is clear now, more than it was last year, more than it was in April 2025, more than it was 3 months ago, that there is no way around this. That America has to play ball with China. And America has to concede to Iran. Sina Tusi from CI Policy says, will the U.S. get China on board with intensifying Iran's economic strangulation? Beijing is moving the other way. After ordering firms not to comply with U.S. sanctions on Chinese buyers of Iranian oil, this was 3 months ago when they tried to test out the exact same thing. Its top court penalized a Singaporean firm for complying with U.S. sanctions. China's top court highlights first anti-foreign sanctions law ruling amid global tensions. A court judgment unveiled last month showed the Shanghai court ruled against the Singaporean firm in February, ordering it to pay more than 4.99 million yuan in damage plus interest, and holding that it could not use a foreign country's discriminatory restrictions as a defense under Article 12 of China's anti-foreign sanctions law. Esfandyar Batmangelic says, in today's press conference, Secretary Scott Bessent took no time to explain how ordinary Iranians would be protected from undue harm during his economic D-Day. Instead, his speech made it clear that the Iranian people are the targets of this new assault. The 5 sectors identified here are not lifelines for the Iranian state. They are lifelines for the Iranian people. Digital assets and gold are how ordinary Iranians protect their savings from inflation. Technology keeps Iranians connected to the world. Aviation keeps Iranian families connected with loved ones across borders. Shipping is how essential goods, including food and medicine, reach Iran. The Treasury Department has even rescinded general licenses covering academic and sports exchanges between the U.S. and Iran. These measures do not isolate the Iranian regime, which has hunkered down for years. They isolate the Iranian people. The Trump administration has no qualms about ordinary Iranians becoming targets in their economic war, just as they had no qualms about killing civilians in their military operations. But we knew that already.
David from Reuters.
Hi, thanks, Secretary. One of the most powerful tools you have at your disposal is the ability to impose secondary sanctions on banks and financial institutions that facilitate transactions for Iran. Chinese banks have often been talked about being targeted, but we don't see any of those institutions targeted here. Is that something that is coming in this campaign, or is the very delicate trade truce with China something that could prohibit you from going that far and taking that very big step?
We want to make clear here today that no one is above the reach of U.S. sanctions. That if they facilitate transactions and are part of the ecosystem that turns Iranian oil into money, into repression, they will be targeted. We find that the best way to engage with countries is through quiet diplomacy, and we are level setting with every country to tell them our expectations. We know who they are, they know who they are, so when the hammer of U.S. Treasury actions falls upon them, they will have no one to blame but themselves. So.
Big talk. Big talk coming from Little power. New AES post. Every comment is exactly what you predicted. Mike Rogers. Hey, Bernie. Unlike Abdul El-Sayed, I have no issue disavowing fringe extremists who promote violence and seek to divide our state and country. Jake Lang is all of those things. While I have your attention, I would like to know if Abdul will definitely say that he will not affiliate with people like HasanPiker, who thinks that America deserved 9/11, self-identifies as a racist, and calls for the public execution of American capitalists. Could you check in with your boy on that and let us know where he stands? Of course, doubling down. And then Abdul El-Sayed says, now do Donald Trump. It's better. Self-identifies as a racist. Yes, it's a part of the Republican smear campaign. This is the other problem. This is the other problem with the with the conversations revolving around fucking Twitch streamer. I am somehow both a very powerful entity that must be violently deposed and disposed of, but also am a fucking Twitch streamer, so obviously it's easy for people to hang me out to dry. And that's precisely the reason why when you do stuff like that, when you do even know you campaigns, it ultimately puts me on equal footing as like Jake Lang when that's not the case. Right? It puts me on equal footing automatically as with the likes of Jake Lang. Same with even Donald Trump. The standards are completely busted. Prominent anti-Zionist Twitch streamer is held to a higher standard than the motherfucking president of the United States of America. It's ridiculous. And even then, nothing I've said or done has reached the standard of nothing Abdullah has said or done has reached the standard of anybody collaborating with a prominent figure in the Israeli government that has blood on their hands, right? The genocide of the Palestinians. And nothing I've ever said or done reaches the standard of what the average Republican has said and done over and over again. And of course, all of these people are still using this as a moment of weakness to hammer him even further. Like the comparisons between me and Charlie Kirk at a different point in time would have been ridiculous, right? We're not even talking about a comparison between me and Nick Fuentes, but even a comparison between me and Charlie Kirk is ridiculous. Anyway, let's continue with Besson.
Has drawn strength from a calculus that regards Iranian retaliation as certain and American enforcement as negotiable. Under President Trump, that era is over. To the ordinary soldiers supporting this regime, as more and more of your paychecks stop or are supposedly just delayed, ask whether your commanders are leading your country to triumph or to ruin. And recall that the Berlin Wall fell when ordinary soldiers decided not to shoot at their own people. And to those who enable Tehran, do not discount the cost of testing Washington's resolve. No nation should expect to enjoy the rewards of our system while helping those who seek to destroy it. It is now a time for world leaders to make a decision between prosperity and isolation, peace and terror, America and Iran. The campaign we begin today will gather force with every day that follows, and it will not end until this regime stands alone.
Huge number of threats there by the Americans. Clearly, this administration, it has run out of patience, is well aware.
I mean, it's funny that even Western media, like Sky News, is covering this as like a recognition of American defeat. The title of this is Analysis. U.S. sanctions on Iran show military action has failed. These are some of our most important allies, and they're major arms of propaganda. It's unbelievably desperate, and of course, it's unbelievably cruel. Along with the new initiative and a bunch of new sanctions listing, U.S. is suspending existing GLs, permitting academic exchanges and professional amateur sports activities. They're trying to punish the regular Iranian society as aggressively as they possibly can because they've lost the war.
That it is on the back foot militarily, can't get itself out of this conflict. Scott Bessent appeared there to be just suggesting that this was another lever, the big lever that America has been reluctant to pull thus far. But it is also clearly an indication of the realization that military action, while it has been devastating, has not had the desired consequences. Iran is still able to do what it was doing before. It still has a nuclear program of sorts, perhaps obliterated, but it still has the know-how, the capability to rebuild that. And of course, it now has newfound leverage with the Strait of Hormuz and the ability it has had to cause havoc with the world energy prices and the world energy market and world oil prices. There were some moments that stuck out to me. He said that any enemy who facilitates money laundering on behalf of Iran will be removed from the U.S.
By the way, money laundering is just normal trade relations with two foreign countries. Two foreign countries that we should have no connection to, that we have no say over, conducting regular trade is now a major issue, a major
system, and that countries will have a finite timeline to shut down activities identified by the Treasury. He hasn't gone into any specifics there, but it's clear, I think, that the Americans are really, truly running out of patience with Iran. They want to bring the country back to the negotiating table, and in order to do that, they are now applying what they say is economic D-Day for the Iranians. It's worth saying that Mohammad Ghalibaf, who is the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, a key figure within the administration, one of the most vocal figures in terms of putting out reaction to whatever the Americans might do. He, in the last hour, has put on social media, Americans know that no one buys their bombast. The United States is not in an economic position to further restrict its relations with other countries. Iran's trading partners, both in the media and through messages sent to us, have made it clear that they don't take these statements into account anywhere. So that is the first reaction we've had from part of the Iranian regime to this latest attempt by the Americans to pull them into line.
Yeah, it's Mark, just a quick word on Canada, because look, Canadians may have been watching that from Scott Bessent, thinking, with friends like them, who needs enemies, given the ongoing enmity between them over.
Yeah. It's additionally stupid to reveal this sanctions package and claim that you're going to apply secondary sanctions to countries that are doing normal trade with Iran in any way, shape, or form. A couple days after you also supposedly had a trade deal with Canada that fell apart because of the insane demands that you made in the last hour towards Canada, to which then turned into another tariff war with Canada, another one of our major trade partners. Between Canada, Mexico, and China, that's like 70% of American trade. Okay? It's insane. Like 30% of that comes directly from China. And a large chunk of the rest of our trade comes from Canada and Mexico. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know where, I just don't know where this goes, okay? I don't know. I don't understand what the administration is trying to do with this. Normally, I would scratch the surface and like identify some kind of logical through line behind the initiatives, but at this point, it just unironically comes across as like Donald Trump wildly posturing in this belligerent manner, or directly trying to bankrupt the country. Directly trying to destroy America? I don't know. Canada's threatening to cut electricity and minerals to the U.S. This is from the Associated Press. Canada threatens to cut off all electricity and critical minerals to the U.S., including high-grade nickel and uranium, if the Canada-U.S. trade war worsens, per the AP. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says, I'll cut him off. You won't get a grain of sand out of Ontario's, adding, what would they do without the high-grade nickel? Ontario Premier Doug Ford says everything is on the table, including power to 1.5 million American homes and high-grade nickel and uranium after Trump announced 50% tariffs on Canadian autos, parts, and steel starting next year, and 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian goods Saturday. Could you have imagined a decade ago? Well, I guess a decade ago Trump came into power, but like, yeah, a decade ago, before Trump came into power, that we would one day talk about, you know, a ongoing tariff war with Canada. I know the premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, is just posturing. But could you ever imagine that a moment necessary of this kind of posture would ever come about? I certainly can't. It's unimaginable. I don't think they're going to do it, but I'm just saying, like, the very fact that this conversation is taking place is completely fucking insane. We're desperately trying to find victory anywhere we possibly can. And in that moment of belligerence, destroying what remains of our standing in the globe. It's ridiculous. Today, VP Vance said Canada and China are the two worst countries on trade policy. That's an opinion, his right. But because Vance specifically complained about Canada's super high dairy tariffs, which again only kick in above a quota, here are some interesting World Trade Organization data via Trevor Tomby. 96.7% of U.S. agricultural exports to Canada are duty-free, compared to 4.5% of U.S. agricultural exports to China. The sheer number of lies from President Trump about Canada growing again today is remarkable. Just some fact checks from the last 18 months. Daniel Dale, the number one fact checker from Trump 1, coming back. Trump falsely said today that Canada's unemployment rate is 10% and rapidly rising. Though it is 6.4% under the Canadian method that adds about a percentage point and has been declining for 3 months. Trump falsely said today that Canada does 95% of its business with the U.S., though 72% of Canadian exports went to the U.S. last year. Trump falsely said today that high Canadian agricultural tariffs have caused the entire U.S. trade deficit with Canada, though that deficit is overwhelmingly caused by U.S. imports of cheap Canadian crude, and though something like 97% of U.S. agricultural exports to Canada are tariff-free. Like, it's upside down. Everything he's saying about Canada is the exact opposite. Everything he says about everything is the exact opposite of the truth. At this point, it sometimes feels like Donald Trump is just simply lying because he's incapable of saying things that are truthful. Trump has falsely claimed Canada generally doesn't take U.S. agricultural exports, though Canada is the world's second biggest buyer of those exports. Trump has falsely said that the Canadian public likes the idea of becoming the 51st state, which the Canadian public overwhelmingly opposes. Trump has falsely said Canada is one of the world's highest tariff countries, though it is actually low in World Trade Organization rankings. Trump has falsely said Canada essentially doesn't have a military, though its military has fought with the U.S. in multiple wars and its force size ranks in upper half of NATO. Trump has falsely said Canada hiked its dairy tariffs during the Biden administration, though they hadn't changed since Trump's first presidency. Trump has falsely said the U.S. trade deficit with Canada is $200 billion, though it is nowhere close. Trump has falsely said Canada prohibits U.S. banks, though it doesn't, and though more than a dozen U.S. banks were operating in Canada at the time he spoke. Trump has falsely said Canada is constantly surrounded by Chinese and Russian ships, though that is fiction. Trump has falsely said then outgoing Prime Minister Trudeau was using their trade battle to run again for Prime Minister, though Trudeau obviously wasn't running. He literally fucking dropped out. Everything he's saying is a complete lie, okay? Trump on Doug Ford. Trump says lots of bluster from Doug Ford, who is the premier of the Canadian province of Ontario, but who is better known for the less charismatic, intelligent, overall unimpressive brother of the late, great Rob Ford. Oh, my God. He hit the Rob Ford is much better than you line, which is, I mean, I guess he's not wrong. God, I hope that our Canadian comrades are standing strong in opposition to the American menace. I apologize on behalf of all Americans. I apologize on behalf of the American government. I'm sorry that this is happening. Hopefully, we will be able to overcome these problems with the current administration and change the American trajectory for the better. We're working on it, even though, you know, there's a tremendous amount of resistance from our own elected representatives.
Trading arrangements. And of course, there was a question asked by one of our colleagues there, Scott Bessent, of that very thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is another issue altogether, although clearly it's wrapped up in Scott Bessent's remit, and that is the trade war, full trade war that is now on with Canada, tit for tat. We saw over the weekend some strong language by Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, in reaction to Trump's latest moves. And Mark Carney saying that so often the American signatures are signed in pencil. In other words, what are they actually worth? And I think on that, the Iranians might agree. And I think that's the challenge that the Americans have got, that Donald Trump has got right now, is that he can send out his Treasury Secretary to make the pronouncements we've just heard. But to what extent can he actually follow through? And to what extent will he back up the words with actions? We will see both on the trade war with Canada, which threatens to be really quite unpleasant for both countries, and also the real war with the Iranians.
In Tehran today, pensioners from the state telecom company were protesting about the cost of living, which is spiraling. And in the oil-rich province of Khuzestan in the south, the same complaint. Our kitchen tables are empty, says this man, as annual inflation runs at over 100%, ruling out any idea of a comfortable retirement.
خاک تو سر اون مسئوله بی‌کفایت بی‌عرضه نمیدونم چی باید دیگه بگم.
Here, the owner of a garage, we don't know where, takes his own risks by daring to speak out. He's complaining about the cost of replacing the brake lights on a car. To hell with incompetent, useless officials, he says. I don't even know what else to say. In Tehran, a giant poster shows Donald Trump sinking beneath the waves after almost 6 months of war, though it's millions of Iranians who are struggling with the very opposite of nirvana. This morning, the rial plunged to its lowest level against the dollar since the revolution of 1979, amid what the US government openly describes as an attempt to collapse the Islamic Republic with the toughest sanctions in history. Earlier this year, thousands were killed in what began as economic protests against the regime. Yet, as the situation worsens, Iranians are finding their voices once again.
This depreciating rial is shrinking people's kitchen tables. They say it has no impact, but how is that even possible? We are feeling the effects with every fibre of our being.
Some basic foods are subsidised with government coupons sent to low-income households. But inflation is so rampant that there's a growing mismatch between what is available in the shops and what many Iranians can actually afford. An Iranian documentary filmmaker sent us this video of his family's fridge. It's seen better days, he says. This is the reality for Iranian families. A reality which is beginning to temper the government's usual bravado about winning this war.
People should know that the authorities understand the hardships they're facing. I believe we need to speak honestly and openly with people. American pressure cannot continue indefinitely. and I can say with confidence that they need this situation to end more than we do.
Yet while Americans face high petrol prices, Iranians are enduring more sanctions, more economic isolation. And the Trump administration hopes that a rising level of public anger will force the regime to negotiate.
Now, Donald Trump has accused Canada of ripping off the United States for years and threatened more 50% tariffs on imported vehicles, car parts and steel starting next year. Trade negotiations between the two countries broke down last week, and tonight Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney said there had been progress, but the momentum reversed. That's a NATO ally, but in the last hour, the US Treasury Secretary has announced an economic onslaught against Iran and its financial networks. Our US editor Anushka Astana joins us from Washington. Anushka.
Thank you. Yeah, I've just come here from the US Treasury. So let me start with Iran. Scott Bessent basically announced what he called Operation Economic Outcast, in which he promised to really hit Iran hard. Now, it sounds pretty familiar to the journalists who were in the room, because back in April, they turned to the economic sanctions for the first time and they said they were going to have Operation Economic Fury. They said that was going to be maximum pressure on Iran. But as you will have noticed, Iran has still not capitulated. It is still trying to use that chokehold in the Strait of Hormuz. So that's why we're getting this. And the reason it's called Outcast is that it's all about isolating Iran. It's all about targeting the other countries that do business with Iran, threatening them with secondary sanctions if they don't break off those ties. Now, at one point, Scott Bessent compared to this to D-Day during the Second World War, but he was pointed out to that D-Day was action then, not the threat of action. And so someone asked him, why aren't you putting these sanctions in place now?
Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? We believe that it is important to level set and give people a cure period, but they should know that that will move very quickly and that we are serious. The reason we are able to use secondary sanctions is because we do not take their use lightly. So we believe that a warning shot and a level set of expectations is appropriate.
So the language is very, very strong. He's admitting that secondary sanctions could blow up the global financial system. Well, you can read into that the US doesn't want to use them. It's hoping that the warning shot might be enough. It points to the UAE, for example, breaking ties with Iran. But are other allies going to do that? Is Pakistan really going to do that? And most of all, is China? China have said in recent days that it doesn't believe sanctions will work and that it won't be bullied.
This while the trade war with Canada is intensifying.
Yeah, things are very, very spiky when it comes to the Canadian-US relationship. This weekend, as you'll know, there were 50% tariffs put on $20 billion worth of exports. Mark Carney came out and said enough is enough, we're not having this. Now there has been a response today from Donald Trump threatening more tariffs on cars in January. He's gone to Truth Social to say that. Well, we've heard today from Mark Carney, and also Scott Bessent addressed this in the Treasury just now. Have a listen to what they said.
The goal of our trade negotiations with the United States has always been to get the best deal for Canadians, never a deal at any price or on any time frame. We did make some progress in recent weeks. In the end, that momentum reversed, and we could not accept what the U.S. had offered, nor could we give what they asked.
Prime Minister Carney rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump platform. I believe he was more than 20 points behind, and he seems to have gone back to his old playbook. And I think one has to ask oneself, is he trying to benefit himself, the Liberal Party, or the Canadian people?
By the way, they're trying to get you gone on Fox News. Yeah, I know. We'll get to that later. Yes, the goal here is twofold. One is to divide the base. One is to one goal is to divide the base. One goal is to punish anyone who dare speaks out against Israel. But then the other goal is to get someone who's crazy enough that watches Fox News to fucking kill me. Okay? It's Tiller the baby killer all over again. I know. It's to foment stochastic terrorism. I know, guys. I'm aware of it. I'm familiar with what's happening. And I think it's so sad. It's sad that there are, unfortunately, many prominent establishment Democrats who are leaning into it as well. It's a sad state of affairs. Again, we have a crisis in illiteracy. We have a crisis in truth. We have a crisis in having no consensus reality. And the Republicans have designed this media environment. And now they're taking advantage of it. In many respects, the last decade of smears that we have withstood in this community have made us perhaps the perfect community to withstand this barrage of heinous smears. This was never going to be easy. It was never going to be a cakewalk. It is what it is. I don't know what else to say. I was a Trump guy and you saved me from the alt-right pipeline 8 years ago. Thank you, Hasan. Yep. These smears are light work compared to the post-October 7th smears. Man, don't sweat it. It doesn't matter. It's becoming more sophisticated. It's getting more sophisticated than that. Look, our enemies are never going to be... What? The fact that you never sued before has led to Scott Jennings playing that tape of lies? He might go down for it. That'd be sick. Yeah. Look, man. All I'm saying is I will make a promise to you that I will be unbowed and I will always say the truth. I will always tell you what I think. I will always say the truth. I will always seek truths from facts. Okay? That's it. Paul Blessed had an interesting take on this as well because Trey Easton came out. I want Abdul to win desperately, but the most predictable thing in the world was Piker would inevitably become a serious liability in the general election. If you care about Abdul's campaign succeeding, you should want him to distance himself from Piker clearly and directly. It sucks because people are still carrying out their, oh, I actually want you to win. And here's how you can win from people who have stood in opposition to his victory and are still not so subtly doing it. But Paul Bliss had a good take on this. I don't know how many more times we're going to have to do some version of Tony Hinchcliffe just swung the Latino vote against Donald Trump before DC people get it through their heads that the median voter has no idea what you're talking about. I mean, this is worse than the Tony Hinchcliffe thing, though. I'm getting... that Democrats have spent months smearing HasanPiker without a context clip, spending the vast sums of money to make him toxic, and now lament that he may be a liability. So was Zoran also wrong in distancing himself? Piker's an internet provocateur. His bread and butter is saying things that provoke. I'm not knocking the game, but the choice to elevate and embrace him was not the establishment or centrist. I wish folks would stop being obtuse about this. Jeremy Moss is playing his role in the play constructed by the GOP. Yeah. There's no room for extremism in Michigan. My statement, says Jeremy Moss. Since the primary election, Abdul and I have been in continual dialogue in our shared fight against MAGA extremism. We have also talked about Jewish and Arab safety and security, both here at home in Michigan and in the Middle East. Coexistence amongst all of our communities is essential for the future prosperity of all Michiganders. These important conversations do not fit neatly in the confines of a tweet or a reel like so many want them to. I'm grateful that Abdul and I are having them. There's still work ahead. I just don't understand. Like, he's just still refusing to endorse Abdul al-Sayed. There's still work ahead to unite our ticket despite our differences. It won't happen overnight, nor should it. It will require continuing outreach that is credible and authentic, but provocateurs are exploiting this moment to create further divisions. I will not be lectured by a California podcaster about what Oakland County, Michigan's Jewish community should and shouldn't believe, and we certainly won't be gaslit that we're responsible for anti-Semitic harm against us. The attempted murder of Jewish children in the West Bloomfield has no justification. I've never justified it. Oh my fucking God. It's literally... I like that every single new statement adds on a different thing. You know what I mean? Like, by the end of this media cycle, they're just going to be like, Hasan did 9/11. And if you don't believe that, if you don't agree with that, you're anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. It's unfucking believable. Stop saying sue, sue, sue. I can't sue every single person, okay? I mean, it's not unbelievable. It makes sense. You become a prominent threat to AIPAC. You become a prominent threat to Israel's ambitions in American politics. Yes, people are going to aggressively prosecute that. People are going to aggressively attack you. We whiffed not boosting Aisha. She got close with no money or attention, but in 28, she needs the priority campaign. Wait, what? We whiffed not boosting Aisha. Dog, what are you talking about? We did boost her, and she won. Oh, you're talking about Faruqi. Oh. You're talking about, I thought you were talking about Aisha Wahab. I was like, what? We literally did boost her, and she did defeat AIPAC in spite of the $6 million they put into that race in a matter of 17 days. Historic amounts. Sorry. Hasan Asman is bag be mad ho. Yeah, I don't really care about that, man. I'm gonna be honest. But, you know, I hope one day you're capable of just watching Asmongold without turning it into like, how will this piss off Hasan? Remember, you got people like my now husband into this community almost a decade ago. He introduced me to your content when we first met in 2020. Now that we're married, we've been able to bring in my parents as fan of yours, and they're coming up to speed on socials, policies, and media literacy. Your work is reaching us. Yeah. Yeah. No disrespect. You have to put out your own press releases. No disrespect, but a tweet isn't enough to combat this shit. A media-ready response has to be made to boost smears like this happen. Guys, I don't think you understand. I'm a media platform. The statements that I'm releasing on here are press releases. Okay. And also, you have no idea what I'm doing behind the scenes as far as like responding to journalists and shit like that. You also don't recognize that there are a lot of outlets that are deliberately refusing to show my side of things and speak over what I'm saying, bastardizing the message deliberately by design. And that's what the problem is. You think, I love that you guys are trying to offer constructive feedback and criticism because you think like there's a better way to do things and I haven't recognized it. But I promise you, one, I'm a media demon. Two, I have extensive relationships with journalists in virtually every newsroom in this goddamn country. Okay. And there's still a level of editorial control that overcomes those personal relationships. That's number one. And number two, there is a very deliberate attempt here. There's a very deliberate, very coordinated, very sophisticated attempt to engage in one of the most comprehensive smear campaigns I've ever interpreted, looked at, covered as a person who does media criticism as a part of his job for the last 13 years. I can't think of another close comparison to this. I'm going to be honest. HasanPiker is not the reason there's a Democrats for Mike Rogers account or that Rogers is spending a ton of time in traditionally solid Democratic areas Stevens won. He would be running almost the exact same campaign if his opponent was Keith Ellison or Andre Carson. Yeah. And it's so funny because people almost like lose sight of how Republicans operate for some strange reason. Like, this is how they work. This is what they're doing to me is exactly what they're doing to Abdul regardless, and what they would continue doing to Abdul regardless. That Brian Griffin account literally just admitting it. I created a news cycle. Yeah. Great. This is who they're getting their notes from. Democratic Party leaders and big names have spent more time over the past few weeks joining Fox and obsessively attacking a Twitch streamer than actually attacking Republicans, e.g. Mike Rogers' allies have hosted insurrectionist and Islamophobe Jake Lang any condemnations. Like, I think for the most part, they're trying to isolate big Zionist donors and big, like the sophisticated smear operation. They don't want to have it come after them in some ways. But it just doesn't matter. HasanPiker isn't a liability for Democratic candidates. These daily condemnations are their attempt to make him a liability, to repeat it enough until it becomes conventional political wisdom. That's how propaganda works. Repeat it until it becomes a reality in the mind. It is what it is, boys. It is what it fucking is. No matter what, you know? This is how it works. Yeah, Mike Rogers, meanwhile, is attending 3 AIPAC-hosted fundraisers in Los Angeles on Sunday, and another one is planned today. We'll keep pushing. We'll push through it. And you also have an important role in this as well. I am nothing without my community. I'm nothing without you guys. You guys can correct the record. And I hope you will continue doing so. Mike Rogers was just found pictured with their anti-Semitic Groyper on his campaign team who called for Jews to be deported to North Korea, celebrated the assassination of MLK, and said women do not belong in politics. Democrats, instead of focusing on this shit, Democrats are also leaning into the Republican smears to take care of an anti-Zionist in their ranks. If what we were doing did not have any real impact there would not be this level of enmity from corporate news, corporate media. You're getting Corbyn? Yeah. But the Corbyn situation happened in a very different media environment, a very different political environment, and in a very different country. Okay? That's the difference. That's the problem. I think your CNN piece hit a main nerve because of consolidated media attack. Yeah.
Now, inside the White House, Donald Trump is still going on Truth Social. He's saying that Canada needs the US does not need Canada. But in truth, Canada is very important for the US economy. And in truth, Iran has been very effective in harming the US economy as well as the global economy when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, which is a big headache for the president here.
Thanks, Anushka. Well, I'm joined now by Mohammad Marandi, a professor at Tehran University, a former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiating team and close to the authorities there. Well, we heard Scott Bessent threatening an economic D-Day, and then he said, well, I don't actually want to blow up the global financial system. What do you think the Iranian government will make of his threat?
Well, first of all, which authorities am I close to exactly? What does that mean? When you speak to professors at British universities, do you say that they're close to authorities, or is that for me because I'm Iranian?
Let's not get sidetracked by that. I know that you are influential and you are close to the Iranian government, and you've been part of the nuclear negotiating team. You know, you were in Beirut. You went to Pakistan. When the negotiations happened, you are close to the authorities. That's why we speak to you, because you know what's going on. So tell me what you think they'll make of it.
You're using that as propaganda.
No, I'm not. I'm using it to... No, I'm doing the opposite. I'm doing the opposite, actually.
Discredit me.
Let's not...
You're not letting me talk.
No.
When I was in Beirut, I was not there on behalf of the government. I was there on behalf of my...
I'm not trying to discredit you. I'm actually trying to say you know what's going on in Iran because you are close to people in power. I'm actually doing the opposite of discrediting you. So I'm asking you, what do you think they will think?
I'm an academic at the University of Tehran.
Okay, fine.
And I do not have any government position. And if you want, you can invite someone else.
No, okay, fine.
Just going back to your propaganda piece.
Let's not get hung up
You said the Iranian, in your propaganda piece, you said the Iranian regime, the Trump administration. And you showed people protesting. And then you said people are finding their voices. But you don't recall, apparently, that millions of people went to the streets just recently for the funeral of Ayatollah Khamenei. Millions were protesting the attacks on the elementary school.
And we've showed those pictures.
We have
reported that as well. But it's clear that some people are struggling and some people are not happy about it as well.
But it's because the United States is carrying out crimes against humanity. They bombed the country, they bombed hospitals, schools, they bombed apartment blocks, and they imposed sanctions to strangle ordinary people. The objective is to strangle these people. We've talked about all of that
in the past. I want to talk to you about these economic sanctions.
That's not what your propaganda piece said.
Let's put that to one side. I'm asking you about this American threat. Do you think it's credible? You know, will it scare anyone in the Iranian government? And do you think it can be enacted?
No, it's not going to scare anyone in the Iranian government. It's not going to scare the bulk of the Iranian people who worked very hard to defeat this war of aggression. And Iran will tolerate, or Iran will be forced to accept the pain in order to defeat the United States. And that's what has happened so far. The United States has carried out war against our people. It has massacred children in schools. It has massacred girls playing volleyball in La Mer, in La Mer. And of course, your government never condemned the United States, and your journalists don't condemn the United States. But Iran will persevere because Iran knows that this is an unjust war. And the sin of the Iranian people is that they oppose genocide. for we already had D-Day. Wasn't D-Day the first day of the war against Iran?
All right. We're moving on from this for the time being because I have a guest that I am going to be talking to right now. Okay. We're doing a first ever. There was a press release on it as well. You guys, I talked about this already. YouGov and IMEU conducted a poll. Okay. Hold on. Where's my interview? One second. Where is it? Yeah. Hamid Bendas is going to be on the broadcast. Okay. One second. I'm switching some stuff around here. IMEU. Comms director. Okay. And then I'm going to get on the Zoom call real quick. Okay, joining. All right. 1 second. Hamid, welcome to the broadcast. I am going to put you on screen right now. Okay. And then make sure that you're sized correctly because we're doing live production right now. Okay. All right. Can you hear me, by the way? Can you hear me well?
I hear you great. Can you hear me?
All right. I can hear you as well. Perfect. Hamid Bendas, everybody. Am I saying your last name correctly before we get started? Okay.
That's exactly right.
All right. Hamid is the comms director for the IMEU, and we have a very unique opportunity here today. We are going to be launching and releasing to the public a new poll that was conducted with IMEU and YouGov, and you're gonna go through the details and some of these numbers. I believe that there was already some of the top line information was unfortunately leaked early, if I'm not mistaken. But there's a lot more information in there, and I'm very excited to hear about everything, all of your findings. Do you know how to can you do a presentation on Zoom as well if you want to show us all the numbers, or do you want me to do it?
If you can do it, that might be a little bit easier, but I'm happy to, whatever you prefer.
You sharing your screen might be a little bit better.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't realize that we were.
Let me do it.
Okay.
Should be easy enough. No, I'm not allowed to share my screen, unfortunately.
Okay, you're not allowed to share your screen. Okay, you know what? I'm going to pull the poll. Hold on, really quickly. Okay, I'll pull it up. Hold on. Let's see if I can figure out a way to do this. All right. I am going to pull it up here. And then it's okay. Let's do it like this. Okay. I don't know. I mean, you won't be able to see it, but I'm showing the full poll. New polls. Democrats demand 2028 presidential nominee back arms, embargo and sanctions on Israel. Let's I'll share it with you as well so you can see what I'm seeing, I guess. Wait, oh no, host is not allowing. Okay, so you're gonna have to go through it and tell me what to click on, Hamid. Sorry.
No problem. I will pull up the same page, and I will give a quick background to just kind of what is inspiring us to do this poll now. I mean, 2028 speculation begins basically, at the end of 2024. But what we had happen recently is the Democratic National Committee had its August meeting where it formally adopted a new calendar for 2028. I don't know if your audience is fully aware of that information, but we have a new calendar that's going to be unlike the previous competitive primaries that people are probably familiar with, where Iowa went first in 2016 and 2020. The new calendar is going to be actually that South Carolina goes first, and that's going to be followed by Nevada, New Hampshire, New Mexico, which is entirely new as being an early state, Michigan, also a new early state, and then Virginia. So these 6 states will all vote first, and then you'll have Super Tuesday and a lot of states voting right after that. But this is an entirely new calendar. It was just adopted on August 14th officially. And kind of in preparation for this, and in a couple months, frankly, like right after the November midterms, a lot of folks are going to start announcing their intention to run for president. We can probably guess a few candidates already, but we'll have an official list probably by the end of the year and going into next year. And what we wanted to show is something that I think is pretty clear for everyone who's been following the 2026 midterms, which is that the 2028 race, in many ways, is going to hinge on how do these candidates react and listen to and abide by what voters are demanding around Israel. I think especially, we've had members of Congress, their elections very much influenced by this question, candidates for Senate, Mayor Mamdani running for, Mayor of New York, his race very much hinged on this question. For president, it's an entirely different game, right? Because the president actually has, in our system, almost unchecked authority to decide where weapons go, where weapons don't go, to sanction other countries. I mean, President Trump is announcing all these sanctions today. We're seeing him do all of this. And so we were very excited to follow up on a lot of the polling that we've done nationally and in a lot of districts around the country, a lot of states around the country, and really hone in on, okay, if you're a likely Democratic primary voter in 2028, what do you want your presidential nominee to do around U.S. policy toward Israel, and how much is this going to affect your vote? And the results, frankly, are not surprising, but they will be authoritative, I think, for the folks who we constantly hear say the Democratic Party should not go in this direction, who continue to push back and kind of put their heads in the sand about what's going on here. I'll just run off with kind of the big number. How do these folks feel about whether Israel is committing a genocide? Michigan just had a primary. 80% say yes, Israel's committing a genocide. In New Mexico, it's 76%. In New Hampshire, it's 78%. In Nevada, it's 78%. In Virginia, it's 72%. The drop-off we see is in South Carolina. It goes down to 57%, but this is not because folks are saying, yes, or no, I don't believe Israel's committing a genocide. They just default a little bit more to a don't know position. Really, what we see in all of these states on this question is Israel committing a genocide against Palestinians. No more than about 5% in each state say no. It's either a flat yes or a don't know for 95% of the voters who are likely to turn out in these primaries. And we see this kind of overwhelming response also for questions around, should we sanction Israel? Should we cut off all weapons to Israel?
South Carolina, should the U.S. sanction Israel, has a 49% yes answer and only 16% no.
Right.
I mean, that's incredible. If this is one of the more conservative states that we're talking about, a more conservative, or at least the estimation is that this is a more conservative electorate.
You're right, and I mean, there's definitely work to do there. I would say that if I were, a progressive candidate thinking about my game plan, I would say, hey, that's a state where there's a lot of persuadable voters to come in my direction, because they're so far not saying, no, Israel is not committing genocide. Yes, I want to send weapons to Israel. Again, only 4% say yes to either of those things. But they are defaulting to don't know. I think that means there's a lot of voters to still persuade. There's a lot of voters to reach and talk to. And that's going to be some work that, I think the progressive movement, the movement for Palestinian rights will have to do ahead of that critical first date. But then we see, right after that, again, almost, it feels like, I don't want to use the word unanimous, but just overwhelming numbers where People talk about 80-20 issues. This is a 90-10 issue, or a 95-5 issue.
Yeah.
It appears. And yet you still have, just to keep naming it, you still have folks who say there's kind of a balancing act the Democrats should play. Certainly not in a Democratic primary. I think we're also seeing, the news from Mike Rogers a few days ago where he doesn't want AIPAC to spend on his behalf in Michigan. I think, we've done polling of Republicans. What we see is that younger Republicans are also moving in this direction. There was a New York Times poll a few months ago that found that 63% of Republicans aged 45 and younger say we should stop sending all aid to Israel. 63%. That's actually not that far away from where these Democratic voters are. It's just a little bit behind. Older Republicans is a different story. But when you're talking about a general election, you just want to peel off some of the other parties' voters. Independents as well. We've polled Michigan plenty of times, and we see that independents are kind of where the Democrats are overwhelmingly. Israel's committing genocide. Stop using my tax dollars to pay for bombs to Israel. And so we wanted to really get this information out. Again, soon after that, this calendar was adopted, we want to make sure that the people running for president, the people who are going to say, hey, I should be the person who, after a really stinging, brutal loss in 2024, where we lost every single swing state and young people did not turn out to vote, is a big reason why. And people in very blue pockets, like big cities in these swing states, people in college towns in these swing states did not turn out to vote. How are we going to reverse that? We all know that part of it is going to be getting people to actually want to vote for you. And part of it is would be like, do I listen to my voters on speaking clearly about what we're all seeing? And I think that's maybe one point to return to as the reasons that you're seeing these overwhelming numbers is because everyone is seeing Israel do the exact same thing. Everyone is seeing the Israeli government leaders gloat about how many Palestinians they want to kill or move out of their homes. They're seeing them get away with that with no consequence whatsoever. And they're seeing our government, frankly, do cartwheels over and over again to keep it going, even though it's costing us money. And even though money is not being spent in the ways that people want it to be spent here. And so if you're a Democratic candidate saying, I want to be both the next leader of the party and the next president, you have to be able to say, not just, hey, let's end the weapons funding to Israel, but we're going to hold Israel accountable for what is clearly a genocide. That's what Democratic primary voters are saying in each of these first 6 states. There is no state that running on that platform of policies of I'm going to sanction Israel, I'm going to cut off all weapons to Israel, I'm going to put an arms embargo on Israel, will hurt you in a Democratic primary if you are running for president in the first 6 states to vote. The numbers are overwhelming. It cannot be denied. The people who are, and I'll just name some, we'll say Neera Tanden or Representative Josh Gottheimer, who say, no, Israel's not committing a genocide. Yes, we should keep sending weapons. The pro-Palestinian movement is fringe or whatever. They're fringe. And they're giving Democrats bad advice, and they're actually putting Democrats into a nosedive in the same way that we won.
I think they understand that it's bad advice. I think that at this point they're more invested in protecting their comfortable sinecures, or they're more invested in protecting this allegiance between themselves and Israel. Whether it's because they're getting a lot of AIPAC money, whether it's like personal sympathies, I can't tell. But ultimately, I think there is this understanding that this issue has become untenable. And there are some who I think are looking for more sophisticated ways of continuing this relationship. But then there are others who are very aggressively posturing against those who speak out against this relationship. And they're not even shying away from leaning into Republican smears as well, as we've seen. One thing that I want to stress here also is the fact that this was already, according to polls, even back in 2024, a very glaringly obvious issue that was motivating voters and was causing voters to stay at home, as you also pointed to. This is 2026 where this polling is being conducted. And it's not like Israel is going to become a more popular entity overnight going forward, especially considering that its lack of accountability is what's leading it to behave in more arrogant ways, more violent ways, more belligerent ways in the region. And that's actually contributing to its unpopularity. So if the numbers look like this right now in 2026, I mean, by 2028, we're going to be looking at a very different reality overall.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's almost like two ideas that I don't want to say are in conflict. They're in tandem. One is this has kind of been the Democratic Party reality for 2 years. We've been doing this polling of Democrats since August of 2024. We tried to get the Harris campaign to look at it because we polled Pennsylvania and Arizona and some other swing states, and we saw very clearly that there were people who were actually saying in the poll, I'm thinking of sitting this election out unless Kamala Harris says we should restrict weapons to Israel. It was actually overwhelming in states like Pennsylvania that voters would say that. They did not listen, but the polling has been there. I would say it is moving more extremely in the direction of this is undeniable. It was already undeniable, but this is just really a different level. I can point to a national poll we did of Democratic primary voters, also conducted by YouGov about a year ago, September 2025. And we asked people, would you prefer a president who had previously supported cutting off weapons or a president who had previously supported, voting to provide weapons to Israel? And it was about 70-10. And so 70-10, 70% saying I prefer someone who cuts off weapons, 10% say I would prefer someone who provides weapons, and then the rest are unsure. In these states, it's more like 75-5 or like 85-15, you know? It's just moved even more in that direction. And I think what we're also seeing that's really interesting in this data is not just this is how voters feel, but we also ask these questions of, will this affect your vote? So it's not just like, do you support sanctions on Israel? The answer is yes. Do you support an arms embargo? The answer is yes. Is this going to factor into how you vote? And so we ask the question, try to get the perfect number. We ask, will U.S. foreign policy toward Israel play a role in your vote? A certain percent of those people say yes. Then we ask those folks, okay, you said U.S. foreign policy toward Israel will factor into your vote. Do you support reducing support? Do you support maintaining support at the current amount? Or do you support increasing support? Or do you want to increase support to Israel? I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but they'll be on our website here. The people who say that they want to increase support to Israel and it will factor into their vote is basically no people. I think it's probably 1% in each of these states. You might have then like 3% say that they want to maintain it at the current level. Again, not very many. And then reduce support. I do have those numbers in front of me. So total, like the people who say that reducing support to Israel is going to be a factor in their vote for 2028. Michigan, 65% of the voters. New Hampshire, 63% of all voters. Nevada, 61% of all these voters say this will play a role in their vote. When we ask even like, is this a top 3 issue for you? We see it in state after state. We see that the number 1 and number 2 issues are the economy and healthcare. And then right below that level, the second tier is the environment and reducing support for Israel. Those are what people repeatedly point to as, these are my top issues. And we include other things in there like immigration, crime and public safety. Those are further down. It's in a state after state, the same order: economic issues first, then the environment and policy towards Israel, which is also in some ways economic, and I think plays into voters' like anxiety over why is so much money going to be sent to commit a genocide that I am horrified by, and when I can't afford anything, and prices keep going up, and prices are going up because my government is so supportive of Israel. When you think about the Iran war. We're not just saying that like voters agree with this, please be nice, Democratic candidates. We're saying voters think this way about sanctions on Israel. They're going to vote this way. This is a reason. This is how they're going to decide how they vote. So you should listen if you want to win.
Yeah.
That is kind of what we're putting out here. If you want to win the 2028 nomination, your best shot is to do what these voters are telling you to do.
So this is, focusing on the initial states for 2028, but obviously there's a lot of very important information here as it pertains to the current primaries that are taking place. I want to dive into the Michigan numbers a little bit, especially considering that this is, at least in the media, been presented as a divisive issue. I love when the media says something is divisive, like they used to do about abortion, right? Okay,
you want to chat Michigan
we're
in
back.
particular?
We're back. Yep, we're back. All right, we're live. You're live again. I'm live again. Hamid Bendaz, everybody. Sorry about that. It's just there's a persistent issue that keeps taking place. Hopefully, my computer doesn't shut off one more time, and we can get through these numbers together. Because the last thing I left you off with was the numbers in Michigan. We were talking about how there has been an active and deliberate attempt to make it seem like there is a real division amongst voters leading up to the Michigan primary. In the aftermath of the Michigan primary as well, as Abdul said, won over $70 million of outside expenditures, $34 million coming directly from AIPAC against Haley Stevens. And there's still a concerted effort to make it seem like this is a divisive issue for Michiganders. And I wanted to hear your perspective on what these numbers that we're looking at in front of us right now in Michigan, what that means for the November election by your estimation.
Yeah. So, I mean, when people talk about this being a divisive issue, and I think, folks like Adam Johnson have really called this out really well, where this is a divisive issue between, it's something that divides the Democratic Party voter base from its leadership. It's no more a divisive issue between the Democratic coalition itself than you would say legalizing marijuana or opposing abortion bans or legalizing gay marriage or banning automatic rifles without background checks are divisive issues within the Democratic coalition. There's almost no dissent on we should be more supportive of Israel, we should maintain support for Israel among the voter base. And you see that in these Michigan numbers. I can pull really any that I would want to out of here. In the next presidential primary election, would you prefer to support a candidate who supports providing weapons to Israel? That's 5%. A candidate who supports cutting off weapons to Israel, that's 75%. So that's question number 12. To the question of what this means for November, again, when you look at what happened in 2024, and I did a lot of work for IMU Policy Project actually on this question of who are the voters and what happened in 2024. We polled this question. We found that people who had voted for Biden in 2020 and that did not turn out for Harris in 2024 and voted elsewhere said that their number one reason, about a third of these voters, their number one reason was they wanted to end Israel's violence in Gaza. And that is what kept them from voting for Kamala Harris. So when you talk about how to win Michigan in 2026, you need some of those voters who sat out 2024, in theory, to come back. And so that's why you need a candidate. And we honestly almost didn't get a candidate, right? Because AIPAC spent $32 million and other outside groups spent another $30 million in support of someone like Haley Stevens, who would have repeated that mistake. And there would have been, again, we'll never know, obviously, as a counterfactual, but I would have assumed that if Haley Stevens was the nominee, we would have seen a similar drop-off in support from voters in places like Ann Arbor and Grand Rapids, and these places that have a lot of young voters in Wayne County. So hopefully what we're going to see in November is that there's going to be a very excited Democratic base that will turn out people who didn't come out in 2024. It'll turn out young people who maybe have never voted in their entire lives before. And it's also going to hopefully turn over some independents who, honestly, there's a small slice of people who really do they vote one way in an election and vote another way in a different election. And that will hope this is an issue that they actually do when you poll them, say, I agree with the Democratic base. I don't think my taxes should go to Israel. I'm struggling to afford my healthcare. I'm struggling to afford my rent. Why is my government sending billions of dollars over there unconditionally when they're not helping me? And honestly, there's a lot of Republican, at least Republican leaning independents and some young Republicans who will say the same thing. So let's try to get to those voters. That's probably the easier path to win Michigan than whatever we would try to do where we're trying to win suburban Republicans who have voted Republican all their lives.
Yeah. It's really Okay, one last try. Chatters, I have no idea what's going on. The computer is just totally busted. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's ever since a new graphics card was put in the computer, it's just been constantly just turning off on its own. I mean, we're back. Sorry about that. I don't know what's happening. And I'm so sorry that it keeps breaking over and over again. Hopefully it'll be fine.
You're
We're
totally
just trying to get as much information out of you as possible. And I don't know. This is a totally new and unique issue, unfortunately. Okay.
No big deal.
Let's continue. Where were we last?
Well, we were talking about the path to winning Michigan.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there really are two paths. I think in 2024, Democrats made a bet, and again, I've done so much of this research. There was a story in May 2024 in Politico where Joe Biden's campaign team was telling Politico that they were seeing a drop in support in Michigan in particular, and the quote is that they were looking to stitch together a new coalition, which basically means they saw that they were losing young voters probably in places like Ann Arbor and Grand Rapids. They were losing potentially Muslim voters, Arab voters in places like Dearborn, and they said, okay, we're going to actually bet that we can lose those voters and get voters elsewhere, and we're going to keep funneling money to Israel while 200 Palestinians are being killed every day, and we're all having to watch it on a nonstop daily loop. That was the bet that they made, and we learned in November that the bet didn't come together. They weren't able to stitch together a winning coalition. What I would say, the takeaway from that obviously is that there's a different way to win that hasn't really been tested before in a swing state like Michigan, especially for a presidential election. But cards on the table, I used to work for Bernie Sanders in 2020. And I really believe that the path is to energize your base, to speak about, the real anxiety and pain that people feel and the real grievance they feel when they see that their government is so easily greenlights $3 billion to a nation like Israel, almost like without question. Like, you're not even supposed to ask a question about that. And then if someone says like, hey, can I get a little bit of help, paying my rent or going to see a doctor, you're just repeatedly met with, well, that's complicated and there's not enough money. And I think voters are tired of hearing it. And I think that's across the political spectrum, especially young people.
Yeah.
Anyone under the age of 45, we've just been dealing with really like this, what feels like a slump, where our country is so invested in, endless war, as people say, and it really is like, it's been our whole lives. And it's not slowing down. Today feels like a day of that too, or like, I'm watching my Treasury Secretary go on TV and talk about how he's, fighting this huge D-Day. And it's like, okay, and gas is $5 and, I don't have any savings and I don't know what I'm going to, how I'm going to achieve any of the things that I wanted to achieve in my life. That's how a lot of people feel. And it's really, again, the contrast with if Israel asks for an F-15, they get one, it's just crazy to see.
Yeah, I think that's been a fairly reliable way to catch people's attention on foreign policy in general, because for the longest time, foreign policy was always seen as like a totally separate thing from domestic issues, from domestic policy. And I think that's how a lot of Americans have found themselves not caring about how much money is being spent on the military or what the actions of the American military look like overseas. It's always been something that's happening over there with no impact on our daily lives. But nowadays, I think, especially with the involvement of pro-Israel propagandists in mainstream media, the constant demands of firing people who are prominent critics of Israel, this argument has actually connected people this argument is actually connected for a lot of people in realizing that the domestic and foreign policy are inseparable from one another, and that every dollar being spent in advancing Israel's interests in the region, or every dollar being spent directly towards Israel as it continues its belligerence in the region is a dollar that could be spent here, fixing the potholes here, spent on schools here. And I think that is an argument that no one in a position of power in D.C. wants to reckon with. But I feel like these numbers are making it undeniable. This is an issue that is untenable. This continued connection and the continued weapons transfers and money that we're wasting, tax dollars that we're wasting is clearly something that voters want to see change in. What do you have to say for the people that claim to be popularists? Those who consistently talk about just like figure out what the popular issues are and then hammer them on. Some of which, to give them credit, have turned on this issue. Even Matt Iglesias is now demanding that Democrats just concede on the Israel front, concede on the Israel side, and then talk about deregulation or whatever kind of abundance agenda they might have. But there are still some fairly significant holdouts. Do you think these numbers will cause them to change strategy?
I certainly hope so. I mean, there's a famous Upton Sinclair quote, which is, I'm gonna butcher it, but you can't convince someone to believe something they're paid, not to believe.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably the case with a lot of the folks we're talking about, where I'm not saying they're being paid directly, but I'm saying they run in a certain social circle or political circle where they want to be invited to the next dinner party. They want to be, part of the club still. And if you start saying, hey, Israel's committing a genocide and we should hold them accountable, we should sanction them, according to both our law and international law, that gets you disinvited from certain things. And I think that's the case for a lot of these folks. What I would say is, in terms of popularism, like in terms of issues that I think really cut through, there's honestly very little like this. I think, I'm not an expert in this, but we're seeing some stuff with like AI data center stuff, where you're seeing kind of a bipartisan groundswell and very much like from the bottom up. But I think this is another one where you can really find folks on the Republican side, on people who are very proud independents, who get animated about this. It's not just that they agree with